I want to say thank you to all of the speakers and the volunteers. Obviously, we could not do anything without them, so I really appreciate it. The speakers are here to share their knowledge and love of WordPress, and the volunteers are just here because I made them be here. So, so thank you. So, all right, so So some general housekeeping announcements. The bathrooms, if you haven't found them yet, the bathrooms are out and like around the corner over there. This is obviously the auditorium. This is where track 1 is. This is the business and or content track. And then track 2 is out there and to the left. There's a room that has like all glass windows. That's going to be track 2, and those are design and or development talks. I hope all of you or most of you parked in the Red Hawk parking garage. We have parking vouchers. They might be good for other ones. I know they're good for Red Hawk though. So when you are ready to leave, or if you want to just touch base again with one of us, we'll get you a parking voucher, and you don't have to pay for parking. Why did that get the biggest applause? Like GoDaddy, parking vouchers. All right, that's it actually for me. I just blew through it. All right, so so our first talk. Oh, look at this! It's right here. Our first talk is Caleb Matisse. He is our keynote talk this year. Caleb is an accomplished associate software engineer at Penske Media Corporation. He is known for his expertise in software development and his commitment to innovation. He transitioned from being a mailman to pursuing a career in software engineering after attending the Springboard Bootcamp to acquire the essential skills. Caleb honed his skills and gained practical experience as a freelancer, discovering the power and beauty of WordPress along the way. Inspired by the WordPress community and WordPress's versatility, Caleb became an avid contributor to the WordPress community, seeking guidance, knowledge, and camaraderie among like-minded individuals. Caleb successfully transitioned into a software engineering role and embraced new opportunities. And he is now going to come up here and tell us all about them. No pressure. All right, let's hear for Caleb. And seriously, thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. It's like amazing to see all of you here. Some new faces, some old faces. It means a lot. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing in the rain? Well, we'll make it. We're gonna make it. We'll make it. See if get my slides. This was acting up a little bit beforehand, so hopefully we got this going. We're good. There we go. All right. We're rocking and rolling now. Well, glad to see everyone here. Nice turnout again. So my talk is going to be about how I transitioned from a mailman, letter carrier, to WordPress and the journey along the way. A little bit about myself. I'm just going to reiterate what Jason said. I'm associate software engineer at Penske Media Corporation. I'm a former letter carrier for the United States Postal Service. I'm a husband, proud father of 2 boys. That's my LinkedIn and GitHub if anyone wants to connect later. Slides are available if you want to check it out as well. And I'm just going to go over the roadmap. I'm going to talk about just the idea of how I wanted to change careers, and then my process going to a boot camp, and then, along comes WordPress, how I even got involved in the WordPress community, going to meetups, and WordCamp as well, and then finally the changing of careers. And if anyone has some questions, I'm sure gladly to be able to take some questions afterwards. So let's get started. So the idea to change careers. So I never was really a technical person. I did have background in music production, so that was like my first kind of foray into like software, because everything is with music software based. Everything kind of transitioned from hardware to software. So that was my first kind of dabble with software and development. And in the era of MySpace, I don't know, I'm dating myself. Anybody remember MySpace? Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, different time, good times, right? So in the era of MySpace, there, you could kind of like really trick out your MySpace page instead of, having like a generic MySpace page. So one of my friends, another like freelance music producer, he made his so nice. It's like, I was like, man, how'd you get it so nice? He's like, little CSS, HTML, and I was like, what? What's that? So I go to W3 schools and kind of was messing around with that, and I just was like, man, this is kind of boring. So I was like, I'm ditching this. So fast forward like years later, I was kind of working on a musical project, helping someone out, and I stumbled upon a Squarespace page, and I used that, and I was like, I kind of want to trick this out, like the MySpace pages I used to see. And I said, you know what, let me get back into this. Let me get back into, pursuing this HTML, CSS thing, whatever that is. And so I stumbled upon Free Code Camp, and it wasn't as boring anymore. It was like, okay, this is pretty cool. I could vibe with this, but I just felt I needed more structure. And right around that time, I want to say this is probably like 2016, 17, a term kept coming up. I kept hearing boot camp. I was like, what's a boot camp? So apparently the boot camp was an accelerated kind of, I don't want to say a CS degree, because, God forbid, someone who has a CS degree, they're probably like, what? No. A boot camp? What? No. It's not the same. So I'm not going to say that. I want to get beat up after this. So they just kind of accelerate. The key components that are needed in software development, they give you that as opposed to everything else. So to just kind of get you fast tracked. And at the time, a lot of them were like 12 weeks. Some were even shorter than that. But it had to be in person. So I just was like, I can't afford to go full time and do that. So I just kind of kept going with the Free Code Camp and, self-teaching. And then the pandemic happened, and everyone was kind of, lives changed. So, and everything became online. So then finally I said, okay, here's an opportunity. I think it's time. I think I could engage that idea of going to a boot camp. So I'm going to a boot camp. So, and let me tell you that facial expression, that's how it feels. But so I stumbled upon this aggregator called Career Karma, where they help people who do want to get into tech find a proper boot camp. Because now around this time, this is like 2019, 2020, the boot camp thing is kind of taken off, and there's some not so nice people who are offering boot camps, and it's kind of getting to a place where it's getting a little predatory. So here comes this place, Career Karma, who kind of wants to really help people, guide them through the whole process. So I go through them. I find a boot camp that kind of can coincide with me working full time, where I could I could put in about 4 to 3 hours in the morning, 3 at night. So I was doing all this, and my second son was born in the middle of it. So it was intense. It was intense, and plus, the early stages of COVID-19, which was scary for everyone. So But I just persevered, spoke to a lot of software engineers and heard about different technology, and I was just kind of soaking it in. I was just like, okay, I want to learn as much as I can. And then I hear like whispers of WordPress. Now, back in that MySpace age, I heard about WordPress then too, but I didn't understand it. I know there was WordPress.com, and I kind of fiddled with that. I was like, I don't get it. So, but I just heard whispers of WordPress, and I was intrigued. I was like, okay, let me find out about this WordPress. And along comes WordPress with his hand out, open, ready to embrace. So I was like, WordPress, like, what you're about? But then I started asking people, those same like engineers I was meeting in. I said, what's up with WordPress? Like, what do you think about it? They said, pump the brakes. What did you say? WordPress? No. WordPress, no way. No way. You know what WordPress is built with, right? PHP. No way. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I heard it all. And I'm sure everyone has heard them too. So, but for fun, we're going to go over them and laugh as we go over them. First one, it's a dying language. It's been dying for 20 years, apparently. So, so that's one. Another one, real devs don't use WordPress. Oh, boy. That's offensive. That's offensive. That's offensive. And so untrue. There's no money in it as well. That's even more laughable, right? And my favorite, you won't find work. But still, I heard all of these comments, and I just was, I'm still. WordPress has its hand out. I'm gonna go see what it's about. I want to find out what's up with WordPress. So I heard about meetups, and I heard that was a good way to network and meet other people who are in the same interest that you have. So it's in the pandemic. Everything's online anyway. So I was like, let me see if there's like some kind of networking for, engineering or anything like that. And then, I see WordPress Montclair meetup. I was like, Montclair's not too far from me. It's online anyway. Let me just go. Let me check it out. Let me see what's it about, And I want to talk about the power of meetups, right? My son, by the way, he encouraged me to put this one in here, this picture. So the power of meetups. So I go and I see Mike, I see Cameron, I see Jason. I don't know anybody. I have my camera off. And getting my son ready for bed, and it was my turn to kind of introduce myself. I let him know, like, hey, I'm in a boot camp now. I'm just, really getting into software development, and I heard about WordPress. I just kind of want to find more things out. And Michael Terry, we have a very similar story, so it was kind of like a kindred spirit. He was like, hey, I used to work for the post office back in the day when I was in college. I would, did it, in the summer. And I too transitioned. I don't have that whole CS degree thing. And we kind of bonded over that. And Montclair was so cool, the WordPress, that because of the pandemic, there was a Slack plugin called Donut that did a random one-on-one meeting. And, as fate will have it, Mike and I, that was my first Donut. So I'm in my mail truck, and turn my phone on, and we talk, and he dispels all the rumors of WordPress. He's like, what? No. you could do X, Y, and Z with WordPress. It was like I heard it was just like a page builder. No, well, you could do that too. You could extend it. It's really flexible. And he was like, what you could do is, why don't you take like this course, look into this, and check out WordPress. Like, see how it is. See how it is. So I was diving into WordPress, and of course, I still heard those whispers. What, WordPress? You and I just ignored it. I just kind of kept on the side along with the boot camp. So after that meeting, I just was going through the boot camp, and kept in touch with Mike and everyone else in the WordPress community, Montclair meetup, and we're just going through the motions of the boot camp, and then finally I was able to finish it. And one thing that I did was I said let me be a little bit more active on LinkedIn. So I was on LinkedIn, and I kind of used the strategy learning out loud. So things that I didn't know well, I said this is a challenge. Let me start doing this online more so. And that caught Mike's attention. And so Mike and I continued to be in further communication. And one night he invited me over. He was like, hey, why don't you come over? Because I was interested in a position at his company. I said, hey, are they hiring? And he was like, well, we want a guy who's kind of like more experienced and has a little bit more knowledge. But why don't you come over and like, well, I'll talk to you, let you know like how things work. And I thought that was awesome. And then around that time, we're getting ready for Montclair WordCamp. So I'm oblivious to everything. So I don't know what a WordCamp is. I'm like, what's a WordCamp? I don't know. But I'm going to volunteer for it. I don't know what it is. I'm going to volunteer for it. And I really didn't know that, this was the first WordCamp, post-pandemic. So it was going to be pretty huge. So, but that's when, an opportunity came about. So I'm at WordCamp, and we're kind of, just getting things ready. And Laura, who is awesome. Laura always is kind of like, hey, Caleb, why don't you try that? Why don't you do this? Try that. And she was like, hey, Caleb, why don't you, present the speakers? I was like, oh, like MC a little bit? All right, I'll do it. And it so happens that Penske was one of the sponsors last year. So Mike's boss and my boss as well, Gabriel comes, and he tends to WordCamp, and WordCamp was awesome last year. It was the first one after post-pandemic. It was great. It was my first time. Wonderful people. And then Mike comes to me. He was like, hey, listen, I've got an idea. I kind of spoke to Gabriel. He goes, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you some tickets in the backlog, and you kind of work on them on your on your spare time. See how it goes. Let's just give it a shot. So when I heard that, my ears perked. I said, wow, all right. This is a shot. I'm going to take advantage of it. And I think I could do it. Because if I could go through that boot camp, getting up at 2, 3 in the morning because my newborn, he's sleep pattern is not there. I was like, I think I could do this. I think I could handle this. So here we go. So that's my setup. It's my setup in the mail truck. So I said to myself, I asked Mike. I said before I say to myself, I said, hey Mike, what are you guys looking for with these tickets? He was like, hey, see how it is, get a feel. And then in my mind, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna really make the most out of this opportunity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same schedule that I had with the boot camp. I'm going to do 3 to 4 in the morning, 2 to 3 at night. and I want the team to feel like I'm there, like I'm part of the team, like that I'm not part-time, like I'm just like doing these tickets like in a silo, that I'm like really engaged. So I said, you know what, through my lunch breaks, I'll use that for stand-up. So stand-up I would use on my lunch breaks, or if it was really hectic, if it was like a ticket that needed to really go out, I would just kind of take a quick 10-minute, look it over, while push it out. And then the only challenge was grooming. Grooming is where we kind of vet the tickets and see, to scope them out, see, how long it's going to take, how we should point them. So my trick for that was I would have the laptop to vote. So we have to vote. And then I would do my loop and have like the laptop had the Jira, and then my phone had the Zoom. So I would have the letters in between the phone with the camera turned off, of course, because I was like, they can't see this. So and I would do a loop. So by the time I would get back to the loop, it was time to vote. So then I would hustle back in the truck and then do my vote, go back. So to just really be a part of the team. And I learned so much, and I had such gracious teammates. One of them is here. Nyan is in the audience. She's awesome, and really helped me. Mike really mentored me and showed me the ropes and showed me how to really work and communicate. So that went on for about 6 months, and it was great. I enjoyed it. I loved it. In that time, I grew to love WordPress and was just blown away by what you can do with it. And like, why isn't everybody using it? Well, 40% of the internet uses it. But I was just blown away by PHP and WordPress and everything you could do with it, and was like really taken aback why people didn't embrace it. But who knows? But anyway. So then I get some news from Mike. So Mike, usually I have my camera off all the time because I was like, I don't want them to see the grittiness of mail delivery. This is gritty. This is pretty gritty stuff. So I had my camera off, and Mike was like, "Hey, Caleb, let me talk to you for a second." And prior to that, Mike invited me to come to the office a few times and meet with Gabriel, meet with Jenny, and really getting to see how PMC does things. And so PMC was like an extension of WordPress, the community, how the WordPress community is so open and welcoming and wanting to teach, wanting to embrace you wherever you are. You could not know anything. You could know a lot, and WordPress has a place for you. It's the same way when I would go into PMC. I was like, wow, this WordPress community just extends to everything. So fast forward a bit. So then Mike, I'm in the truck, and he goes, "Hey, I want to talk to you." He was like, "So I talked to Jenny, talked to Gabriel, and we want to make you an offer." So I was ecstatic. So I had to turn my camera on for that. I was like, I had to turn it on for this. This is gritty. I turned it on. You saw the mail all over the place. The 100-year-old truck. It was all good. It was all good. So it was able to transition careers, and this is all from this beautiful community and beautiful piece of software that has helped everyone kind of live out their dreams in the sense of whatever ideas they have, they could just bring it out. And I was just blown away by the community and just the people and just how WordPress extends itself out into the world, and it continues to do so. And I was glad that I didn't listen to those voices, because that's, sometimes you could hear people say things and it could affect you, and you could say, oh, well, you know what, I'm going to take this person's advice. Or sometimes things could be motivated purely by the money and instead of the joy of doing something. And that's another key to thing that I really started to really enjoy using WordPress and really having these ideas and really seeing them out in the world. So it was just all that whole culmination was just mind blowing to me. But I do have some tips for anyone who wants to change careers and kind of has either trepidations or just wants to know how would you start. So one of my tips first is if you go in the self-taught route, which I think a lot of people in the room have done, and I think that's an amazing route as well. And I would, two things that I found is and this is particularly, one of them is particularly if you want to get into WordPress, or even if you are a seasoned dev too. I think Laravel is really great, especially Laravel is like taking off. I think Laravel is kind of has people warmed up to PHP again. 100 devs is an online free style of boot camp. So it is sort of a boot camp, but it is self-taught. It's done by this guy named Leon Noel, who's like an amazing guy. During the pandemic, he figured, hey, let me do a boot camp for free, because he's a part of a boot camp. I think it's in the Boston area, Massachusetts area. He said, what I'm teaching there, I'm gonna just give it for free. And he created a great community, and some of the strategies he even said I incorporated, which was like learning out loud and things of that nature. So I definitely would check that out. Another advice I would say is learn in public. Show what you're learning. That could be on social media. I use LinkedIn. You could spin up a WordPress blog pretty easy, and you could document your journey. And so just people can see what you're doing. And then what you're doing is you're reinforcing what you're learning, and then you're also teaching someone who doesn't know. And then I would also set up a GitHub account as early as possible and push code every day. So that was one of the things that helped me out. I was in a rhythm of doing like a kata a day and pushing that. So by the time the opportunity with PMC came, I kind of had that pattern of pushing code every day. Even no matter how small it is or how insignificant you may think it is, I think it's just good to push code every day if you're going along this process of transition, and just to build up that discipline. If you want to join a boot camp, although I did join one, now that I look back on it, they're good. They're good. They're good, but I think what's online, and especially with ChatGPT, although it's a little clunky sometimes, you could really still do self-taught path, which I think I probably would recommend that more so. But if you're gonna do the boot camp, I would say I would check out Career Karma, and they do a really good job at aggregating what boot camps are right for you. So I would definitely, if that's the route you want to go, I would also read the contract thoroughly. There's a lot of gotchas. That's why Career Karma kind of came into existence, because it started to get predatory, and then certain boot camps started changing their names, and just to avoid all these kind of lawsuits they were getting into. So be very careful with that. But it was a great experience for me, because I was able to get in the habits that software engineers in the field do, which is reading a lot of code. So that was a good experience. And also, another thing I would recommend is be open to opportunities. Like, for instance, I heard about WordPress. I could have listened to what people said and just was like, I'm not doing that. I'm going to just do JavaScript, React developer. That's the thing now. So, but I didn't. I kind of was like, hey, I'm intrigued. So I would definitely be language agnostic, and I would start freelancing as soon as possible just to build your portfolio up. If your mom needs a site, your dad needs a site, cousin needs a site, uncle needs a site, whoever needs a site, I would just do it just to get that experience. And I would do it with WordPress. If I knew better, if I knew WordPress was around, I would have done it with WordPress. But I digress. I want to say thank you to the whole WordPress community. I think this last year was my first WordCamp, and everyone was so welcoming and still welcoming, and everyone has such different backgrounds, and it's amazing. So I just want to thank the WordPress community. I want to thank Mike or Terry. I know Mike is probably in a lot of people's stories. I want to thank Lauren Byrne as well. She's awesome. She's always encouraging me to do things more, to get more involved in WordPress. I want to thank Jason. I want to thank the greater Montclair meetup as well. I got to Howard, of course. Sorry, Howard. I should have put your name in there too. Want to shout out also Black Press, which was really helpful to me as well. I saw them, actually. It was Michelle who I saw. She was a member, and I was like, let me check this out. And I checked it out, and it was awesome. And they were really helpful. Everybody was there. It's not just for if you have African American origin. Everyone is in there. So I thought I really benefited from them early on too. I want to thank Penske Media Corporation as well for giving me the opportunity and really giving me a chance to be a part of their company. So that's my talk. But if anyone has any questions, I'll take them. If not, hi. Oh, that was about, let me see. So that was like about 3 years. About 3 years, yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I would say start as early as possible. I would say, so what I did was I started doing custom themes, because once I got my head wrapped around like HTML and CSS and JavaScript, then I started playing with like doing a custom theme from scratch and like converting an HTML like site I did vanilla and then doing it as a theme. That really helped because I was able to like touch PHP and really see how the functions and methods work. So yeah, I'd start early as possible. I would just break stuff. Like I was just break stuff. I was always scared to break stuff. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. No. Just break it. Just break it. Because then you'll ask questions. So when you break stuff, you'll go to your meetup and you say, hey, listen, I was working on this and this is broken. Can you know how to fix this? And this is what you do. I do that. I break stuff all the time. I'm all like, Mike, I broke this. You know how to, and Mike is, easy. Bop. So yeah, I would, as soon as possible, just break stuff, play with it, and just have fun. That's the most important thing. It's like, for me, what I really enjoyed about WordPress was the creativity. Just coming from a music background, I liked theme development. So I just was, HTML and CSS and design. I really enjoyed it. So I just say just as early as possible, break stuff, ask questions, and everyone here is so WordPress community is so knowledgeable. That's another thing too, like the whole not real devs. I think I met the most amazing software engineers in WordPress, like hands down. They could do anything. They're like MacGyver. I don't know. I'm dating myself. I'm dating myself. I'm like dating myself the whole time, man. But yeah. So yeah, I would just build stuff and ask because there's so many like really knowledgeable people in the community. So
question. Hey there. I got the mic.
Nice.
So I am Courtney Robertson. I am at GoDaddy Pro. I'm sponsored to contribute to the learn.wordpress.org website. So if you're on WordPress, at the top it says Learn. Go there. The team that I work with most contributes to that. Question for you. It sounds like in your journey to finding a boot camp, you found WordPress after that. Is that right? In your time frame? Okay. Did any of the boot camps that you were checking out mention WordPress beyond content marketing as part of their programming or their track? I say this because I taught at one and I'm seeing a need.
There is a need. No.
Okay.
None of them mentioned it. Everyone was. So their thinking is, okay, like once they have that mind frame, PHP is a dead language, Java is old, C++, all of that, all of the enterprise, technologies, they're like, oh, it's old, React, the MERN stack, MongoDB, all that stuff. So that's what they're learning. And then what winds up happening is people get out of the boot camp and no one is really hiring for that from a junior.
Right. So as part of that, when I was instructing at a boot camp and I was teaching the languages using WordPress, developing with WordPress, and we were using CARES Act relief money during COVID to do all of that. So my boot camp leaders were not providing adequate PHP because PHP is dead. Right. But also we were struggling because there were no official guidelines or resources that said, here is what an entry WordPress dev needs to have or to use or to be able to do. Because if you're going in through a boot camp and you come out as front end or back end, there are some pretty obvious pathways. But with WordPress, you need to be an inch deep full stack, and you need to have that PHP, even if you're front end. Because if you're going to support a plugin or a theme, you need to know a little PHP, just enough to, right? So I don't know if you've got thoughts on this, and I would love to connect more a little bit later, but I want to receive some of the feedback from the bootcamp side as well as the hiring side of what you're seeing or observing to help share that so that WordPress.org can help facilitate, here's what we need job pipeline-wise and how to help get those jobs.
Absolutely. That's a great idea because I definitely see that. Like you said, a lot of times, you would do a boot camp and it's, full stack, but you're actually not. Whereas if you worked with WordPress, you are actually doing the full stack. And you get leveled up really quickly because you're in it. Like with WordPress, you're in it. You have no choice but to be all in. There's not a separation of like a front end, back end. You're like, it's all together. So I would love to talk to you and definitely love that. Any other questions?
When you're just getting started out, what do you use for a platform for hosting? Did you just do it on your own? Oh, thank you. Hi there. Whoop. You just do it locally on your own laptop, or did you go and get, what did you buy to?
So I use that's a great question. So to get started, there were so many great free resources. So for my development, my local environment, I used VS Code. And there's like a lot of extensions if you want to kind of see your work live and spin up a server for you. But when I got into WordPress, there's MAMP and local. I would recommend local because it's so easier. It's much easier especially when you're starting out. But initially, before I started working with WordPress, there's a couple of tools where you could get some. I forget the name. Where you could kind of host your website. It's not even really hosting. I forget the name of it. Gosh. No, it was involved with WordPress. It was something where it was just basic HTML, CSS. You could, like, if you wanted to do like a little portfolio site, you could just spin it up. I forget the name offhand. Also, GitHub you could use GitHub to kind of host your website if you wanted to just do something basic HTML, CSS. But I would recommend, if you for your developer environment, I do VS Code because it's free and there's like a ton of tutorials, and especially if you want to develop with WordPress, which that's why we're here. I'd go with local by Flywheel. It was really, I was like blown away by all the tools that everyone like. WordPress is just so, you can make it as robust as you want, or you could make it as simple as you want. So that's what I recommend. I hope I answered that question for you properly. Anyone else has a question? If not, thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of WordCamp.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, track 1 is this room. Track 2 is out the hall and out the door and down the hall a little bit. Track 2 is down the hall. So you'll see. It's a room with like windows. So thank you. What?
we go. All right, how's everyone doing? All right, so next up is Tiffany Bridge. Tiffany Bridge spends her day thinking about the entire experience of using WordPress on Nexus's platforms and application. Tiffany digs through spreadsheets and data dumps, customer feedback chat logs, web page source code, and anything else you can find to decide what our most important next action is. She does the hard, boring slog of solving unexciting problems that impact the whole business so we can all get back to the fun of building new features. In her session today, the title is I Just Got This WordPress and Don't Know How to Use It. Let's give a warm welcome to Tiffany Bridge.
Okay, so what I'm not going to do is stand back here because you will not see me at all. Waking up my presentation. Can we switch to my slides? Ooh, now I have no slides. Waiting for my friends. There we go. All right, so the title of this presentation is I Just Got This WordPress and Don't Know How to Use It. Come on. I just got this slide remote and I don't know how to use it. It's not working. That's okay. We're going to make it work. We're going to make it do what it does. Okay, so who here is a total WordPress beginner? Yes, thank you. Who just are beginners in WordPress because you inherited a WordPress site from somebody else? You got a new job. Excellent. Okay, well, look, if no one has said this to you before, welcome to WordPress. You are part of the WordPress community now. You are WordPress. You are one of us. One of us. Okay, one of us. All right, here we go. What we'll be talking about today, we're going to talk about the basic concepts of WordPress and web hosting. We're going to be talking about important habits for keeping your WordPress site healthy. And we're going to be talking about how to identify and learn the specific editor in use on your WordPress site, because it's probably very different from one WordPress to the next. It's quite fragmented. Come on. There we go. What we're not going to be covering today is we're not going to be covering editing the content because there are like a gajillion different WordPress editors, and like I could spend a bunch of time teaching you how to use one of them, and then you could get back to your WordPress and be like, none of this makes any sense to me. And we're also not going to be digging too far into troubleshooting a broken site. That's a whole other talk that I do. Swipe. There we go. So who am I? I'm a product manager at Nexus, which is a managed WordPress web host. Before that, I worked at WordPress.com as a member of their special projects team, which means that I was doing a lot of just building websites for free for interesting people. It was kind of like influencer marketing. So I have been working with WordPress since 2004. I am completely self-taught. There were no boot camps when I was doing it. And I will tell you that what Caleb said, just break stuff, is the truth. You have to be ready to break stuff. But that is scary when you are working on a website that's like, maybe it's your job or maybe somebody else built it and you don't know how to fix it. We're going to talk about all of that. Swipe. Okay, so has this ever happened to you? You log into WordPress the first time and you get like all of this mess, right? Okay, what do we have here? We've got 10 comments, 10 updates, 4 plugins that need to be updated. There's something wrong with my Instagram feed. I have to update the WooCommerce database. What the heck does that mean? Okay, look, don't panic. It's fine. It's fine. Happens to everybody. Happens to me twice a week. It's fine. You don't have to be scared. Most of this stuff, you could probably just press the buttons to make it happen and it'll be fine. It's okay. But we will talk about that a little bit. First, though, let's do some vocabulary. There's WordPress. That's your software and your database. It's some PHP software that lives on a server and a database. That's the thing that holds all your content. And then there's like, we have this concept of the theme. That's your look and feel. That's what the WordPress looks like. That's the website part of WordPress. And then we have plugins, which are little bits of software that you install to your WordPress to make it do more things. It is the cause of and solution to every WordPress problem is a plugin. Okay? WordPress site's broken? Probably a plugin. Need WordPress to do something it doesn't do? You need a plugin. Plugins are probably the defining feature of WordPress and what has made it as successful as it is, but it's also like a whole lot of like third-party software built by people at varying skill levels. Sometimes they conflict, sometimes they cause problems, sometimes they get abandoned, they don't get updated. As a person who is managing a WordPress site, you're going to spend a lot of time thinking about plugins just to prepare you. And then there's your content, right? That's the stuff all your website's for. That's your text. That's your images. That's all that fun stuff that's the reason the website exists. So think about, just make sure you're kind of on top of those concepts as a WordPress person. You will hear them a lot. My phone went to sleep and my remote stopped working. Okay, cool. So inside your big WordPress website, you have to put it someplace to get it on the internet. That's called hosting. Hosting is the people that you pay for server space. I work at a host. There are several hosts here. There are lots of us. Come talk to us. We like to sponsor WordCamps. That's where your website goes. And then you have a domain name, which you can think of as the address of your website. That's like www.yourwebsite.com. Yourwebsite.com is a domain. You have to buy one of those and point it at your website. Everybody with me so far? Sweet. I'm looking around. My glasses are dirty. I can't see into the room. All right, so what do you do with all that? Now we have vocabulary. What do we do? When you log into the website, the WordPress website, you've got to assess what you have. Just figure out what's going on, right? So, step one, come on, remote. Where is it hosted? Do you know? You got to find that out. You can use whoishostingthis.com. That's literally a website, whoishostingthis.com. You type in the domain name and it'll make its best guess at who is hosting it. It's not 100% accurate, but it's pretty good. It's a good start. But also, somebody's paying that hosting bill. It's getting charged to a credit card. Figure out whose credit card it is. They'll be able to tell you who's hosting it because they'll be paying GoDaddy or Nexus or Bluehost or any of those places. So that's what you want to find out. Because then the next thing is you got to find out what's included in your hosting plan, right? Are there backups? Backups, probably the second most important thing I'm going to say today. Because anything you break on the website can be fixed if you have a nightly backup. The most important thing I'm going to say today, though, is there a staging site? If you do not remember any other phrase that you hear today, remember the phrase staging site. If you're going to take a picture, take this picture, okay? Staging site. And here's why. Here's why staging site is so important. A staging site is just a copy of your website that doesn't have the domain attached to it. So what that means is, you know how Caleb talked about breaking stuff? The staging site's where you break stuff. Break all the things on the staging site. Get in, edit, mess around in the code, do whatever you want. Because if you break the staging site, you just fix it. It's fine. Not a big deal. You just copy it back down from production. This is the most important thing I'm going to tell you today is about staging sites. Next, are there software updates to be done? Do you remember our screenshot with like all the little red bubbles? The little red bubbles usually mean that there are updates to be done. This is where the dragons are. Don't be scared to do them. Do the updates, but do them on staging first. Because if you update everything on staging and the site still works, all you have to do is update it on production. And it should all still work there. If it breaks on staging, you have work to do. Come on. Oh, phone went to sleep. And now my remote doesn't work. Okay, the next thing is, do I have access to tech support? Who else is working on this website with you? Do you have, if you're lucky, if you're very lucky, there's an IT department whose job it is to keep the WordPress happy. Or maybe there is an agency or a developer that you have access to, if you are very lucky. If not, there is at least tech support at your host. And if you're with a host that's worth their salt, a lot of them aren't, I'm sorry to say. But if you are with a decent host, they will at least help you identify which plugin is the problem, because like 95% of the time it is a plugin that is the problem. But so we want to see what kind of tech support resources you have access to. I talk too long, and then my remote stops working. Come on, there we go. Which editor is the site using? Okay, so here's, this is fun. So this right here, this screenshot here, is the default WordPress editor. It's the block editor, you'll hear it called. Sometimes you'll hear it called Gutenberg. But this is what it looks like. It's a very like WYSIWYG kind of situation. You add features as blocks. It's kind of like a concept of using Lego blocks to build a page. And that is what installs by default with WordPress. There is also the classic editor. This is what the WordPress editor looked like more or less until about, what was it, late 2018? That this was the WordPress editor. And it was just a basic text box, so pretty easy to understand. And then there's other stuff. There's third-party ones. This is called Elementor, which is a very common third-party editor. It's a visual editor, but there's a lot more than this. There's one called Beaver Builder. There's WP Bakery. There's Breezy. There's Aveda. I could go on. There's like tons of them. And that's why we are not getting into how to edit in WordPress today, because your editing experience will change based on which one of these you have. So my advice is figure out which editor you're using, job number one, and then start looking for resources that are specific to that editor. The internet is full of tutorials, and I really believe that like 80% of learning WordPress is developing really, really strong Google skills. Would you agree? Yeah, see, Caleb is like, yeah. Step 2, get your house in order. Now that you've done all of your assessment, you want to make sure you take a backup. Is your host backing things up nightly? Great. Do they have a thing that'll let you back up again immediately before you start working? Do that. If there are not backups at your host, stop. Get a backup plugin, take a backup. Because if you don't have a staging site, or if you break something on production, this is how you're going to fix it. So always make sure you have a complete backup. Okay, create a staging site. Remember how we said that was like the most important thing I'm going to say? Create a staging site. It's so important. I'm dancing while I say it. Create a staging site, because that's where you're going to do all of your work. Start updating things one at a time. You're going to go to your plugin update screen, and you're going to pick something, and you're going to update just that one thing. And then you're going to check on your staging site, because you're updating it on your staging site, remember. Go look at your site. Does everything seem like it still works? Great. Continue on updating things. Now look, you absolutely can do the YOLO method, by which I mean you click update all and just walk away and get a sandwich. I do it all the time. 90% of the time it's fine. But if you have a big complicated site with lots and lots of plugins, like basically the more plugins you have on the site, the less likely it is that the YOLO method is going to work for you. I keep my WordPress sites very few plugins, very high quality plugins. I've been doing this a long time. All the plugins on it are plugins I chose. If you are inheriting a WordPress site and you are updating the plugins for the first time, don't do the YOLO method. It will only end in tears. Okay, so now note anything to follow up on. Do you have plugins that are like pro plugins that require a license to update? This happens a lot. Or there'll be like a free version and a pro version, and then maybe like the freelancer who built your site used their plugin license to build it and then took it with them, and now you don't have a license to get updates anymore. This is an important thing to follow up on, because sometimes those pro plugins do end up with like security issues and things like that and need to be updated, and you need a license to update them. Any updates that can't be run because they break the site. Any other questions you have, just make a list, because that's where you're going to start Googling. Okay. And now you can start working on content editing. Now that everything is up to date and happy and running smoothly, this is when you can start getting into content editing. And the reason I put content editing last on this list is because if you are editing content and stuff starts acting weird and you go to whatever support is available to you, right? It might be plugin support, it might be hosting support, and you're having trouble with your editor experience and your editing plugins are out of date, the first thing they're going to tell you is update your plugins. That issue was fixed in this release. Make sure your stuff is up to date before you start editing the first time. Or make sure you have found out that updating your plugins breaks your site so you can get that situation under control. Now, finally, you have updated all your stuff. You have figured out your editor. You know how to edit your content. Now you can regularly manage your site. Make sure that you have a regular cadence of backups and updates. Is your host running them nightly? Great. Still get a second backup option. I work for a host, and I will tell you that our backup service is great. However, our backup service is meant for us in case something breaks on our end. And sometimes the thing that breaks on our end, it happens rarely, but it does happen. Sometimes the things that breaks on our end is the backup service. And we don't necessarily notice until something needs to be backed up and can't be backed up. So I definitely always recommend 2 forms of backup, one with your host and one that you control at a third party. Then you're going to find some tutorials for WordPress and your editor. The internet is full of this content. The Learn team, Courtney, what's up? Great source to start because that's going to be like your official stuff. However, the Learn team is really focused on like core WordPress, right? And sometimes what you need tutorials on is your third-party editor or your third-party plugin, things like that. So you're going to look for the content that deals with those things as well. The internet is full of that stuff. So make sure you're out there finding it. There's some really great sources. I use, in addition to the Learn stuff, I use like WP Beginner when I just don't know how to do something. WP Beginner has a lot of like affiliate marketing in it, so sometimes the recommendations aren't amazing, but they will get you started. Leverage that staging site to get brave and experiment. Break stuff. This is where you're going to break stuff. Please break stuff. If you aren't breaking stuff on staging, are you even trying hard enough? Okay. This is like, it's a sandbox. It's there for you. The staging site exists so that you can like mess around and be like, I wonder what happens. Oh, did my computer just go to sleep? No napping. No napping. Okay. Well, I have it here. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on up there. But this is your place where you can get brave. And here's the thing. The only way to learn to use WordPress is to use WordPress. Get out there, use it. The way I taught myself WordPress was just by breaking things over and over and over again, learning to fix them, and then breaking them some more. Now, when I was teaching myself WordPress, in fairness, there was a lot less WordPress. It was 2004, and plugins were only just starting to become a thing. But it's never too late to learn, and the staging site is how you get there, because you don't have to be afraid of anything that happens on staging. You break a production site, like a live site, your client's freaking out, your boss is freaking out, your customers are freaking out. You break the staging site, no one even notices. It's fine. Okay, and finally, you've totally got this. I believe if I can teach myself WordPress sitting at home after work with no money, no time, on like a borrowed computer, you can do it. You can do it. And now that you are part of the WordPress community, you have all this other help around you. People in WordPress love to help. And I think it can be really intimidating for beginners to get in because everybody's in there talking about, oh, I'm building a block theme and let's talk about like theme.json. Okay, look, it's okay. Start with the Learn folks. The Learn folks in particular are very friendly. But you can learn this, I don't want to say easily, I will say with a little bit of effort. It's there, it's free. A lot of the best ways to learn WordPress are free. I believe in you. I have completely given up the pretense of using the remote now. Okay. Recap, questions, discussion. What is something you have learned today? What is something you wish you knew? Are there questions? We have. Yeah, and we can bring it to you, Michelle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's somebody right here.
Thank you for your good advice. I've had a site for quite a while, but I feel like I need to update things. I guess I'm still working in Classic Editor.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Can you shift to another editor and would those old pages stay the same, or how does that work?
So I believe, and this was the way it was when the block editor first became the core editor, was what would happen is anything that was older would get converted to this block that was just called the Classic Editor block. And so it was a very non-destructive way. Like if you go back and never touch those pages again, they will stay there in that Classic Editor block forever. You can continue even editing it that way. Totally fine. There's also a button that says convert to blocks. And what will happen is the editor will make its best guess on how to convert that Classic Editor page into a block-based page. Now, if you are using kind of the core editor, it actually does a really good job of doing that. But if you're using anything a little bit more complicated or a little weirder, sometimes it has problems, which is where their staging site comes in. Or, if you want to do it the cowboy way, if you want to live dangerously, you can do that on the live site and then just not save the changes. But the safest way is always going to be the staging site, if you like safety.
Can I ask another question?
You're holding the mic, so one more, sure.
I can. It's my mic. So I love the second backup suggestion. I use Updraft Plus.
Great. That's a good product.
And then the third question was, oh my gosh, there was another question I had and I don't remember.
Well, think on it. We'll bring it back to you. And so we'll go to Michelle and then to my gentleman here in the middle.
Sometimes when you inherit a website, you look at the users and there are a million different users at a million different levels. What would you suggest to somebody who's inheriting a website as far as kind of vetting through those and managing the user base when you don't know who everybody is?
This is a super, super great question, and I totally should have covered it. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle, for those of you who don't know, has like a gajillion WordPress websites. So you look at your users and you're like, oh gosh, there's like 300 users here. Probably the most important thing is to sort them by what level of permissions they have. First, identify all the administrators. Is everybody on that list who is an administrator still with your organization? And if not, disable that account right away or like move it down to contributor level. You can delete users, but then WordPress starts asking you questions about what you want to do with their content, and maybe you're not ready to answer that yet. So just reduce the permission level down to contributor, and then anybody who logs into that user will not be able to do anything to impact your site. So the first thing is, yes, address the administrative users, and then just kind of continue on through. Editors and authors can publish content to the front of the site. So you want to make sure that everybody who has editor or author is authorized to be in your backend. And then you're going to have like contributor, subscriber, and things like that. And that's when you might find, generally it's fine to leave subscriber and contributor accounts pretty much where they are because they don't have a lot of privileges as long as you are keeping your plugins up to date, because sometimes the vulnerabilities in plugins allow those users to escalate their privileges, which is kind of a technical way of saying a contributor can become an administrator if you're not looking. And that's a problem. But in general, they're safe to leave there. But if you start to notice there's 100 of them and they all have @mail.ru as their email address, at some point you got hacked. You may not be hacked right now, but at some point you got hacked and you need to get rid of all of those users. Because one of the ways that WordPress sites get attacked is people will just start creating a bunch of junk users to see if they can, basically to see what they can get. And so if you see junk users, please do remove them, but also consider the kind of site that you're running. If you have a WooCommerce site, a lot of those users, those low privilege users, might be people who have bought things from you. So it's really important to consider the context. Who are these users? Are they customers? Are they people who don't belong there? So it's important to understand the functionality of the site as well. Does that answer your question, Michelle? I think you had a question here.
So my only experience with WordPress is with my wife when she's pulling her hair out, and she asked me to come into the room and see what if I can figure out. But so
I know nothing about WordPress, but I'll come help you. Yes.
yeah, so she's in the session next door right now. But so her biggest problem that she has is with the plugins, and it seems like from this presentation that's what everyone's biggest problem is.
She's an extremely normal WordPress user.
Yes. So she's wondering if there's a way to know which plugins we should have, or at least from this presentation, it almost seems like, you know, whatever ones pop up or ones that you have to add on, or...
Well, so if you are inheriting a WordPress site, there's probably a bunch of plugins in there already, and they were chosen by someone, and they were chosen for a reason. That reason may have been a bad one.
Okay.
It may have been a poor choice.
So is there a way to know which ones we need?
I mean, so yes, I mean, I didn't get too much into auditing plugins because that could honestly be an entire presentation on its own.
Gotcha.
However, if you just sort of a quick summary, first go through the list of plugins. Do you understand what they all do? This is another great use of a staging site, because if you don't know what all the plugins are for, get on your staging site and just start turning them off and seeing what happens. Just click deactivate, see what happens. Now, with an SEO plugin, you won't necessarily notice any different on the front end, but whatever it's doing for you behind the scenes will stop. So you can't, this isn't the most reliable method.
Okay, understood.
But, you know, just start turning things off, see what happens. Another thing you can do is, like, sometimes what you'll see on plugins is that people will be like, SEO is great, more SEO is better. There's like 8 SEO plugins. You don't need that many. So one of the things that will be up to you as the new owner of the site is to decide which one is the most important. What I would recommend at that point, if you're not prepared to like do a deep dive into the functionality of each one, and you may not be, because who has time for that? My usual way of assessing the relative quality of a plugin as a non-developer who is not qualified to evaluate code is that I will, if you click through to the plugin details page on WordPress.org, there's like a block in the upper right that tells you when was the last time the plugin was updated, how many sites is it installed on, does it have a star rating, that sort of thing. And then as you scroll down, you can see, is the developer like actively supporting that plugin? Are they in the forums making sure people get the questions the questions they have answered? If the answer to all those questions is yes, it's probably a pretty good plugin.
Gotcha.
That doesn't mean that it's like amazing and super performant or whatever, but it's a good start, right? Like start there. If the plugin hasn't been updated in like 3 years and 10 sites have installed it, stay away, stay away. Because it's probably been abandoned. Maybe it wasn't that good. But I think like for people who are just starting out and just kind of getting used to the idea of evaluating plugins, that's a good like proxy for quality.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I see one here and then one back there.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm very new to WordPress.
Welcome.
Very new to tech, if you can call it that, as much as my experience. But I want to know about staging. I want to know, how do I set up a staging site with WordPress?
Sure.
Now I use local now. Would it be better if I set up something with my hosting, or go to WordPress and do it? So
local, first of all, is a great choice because that means your staging site is locally on your computer. That will get you, I would say, 85 to 90% of the way there. So if you have that and you're comfortable using it, congratulations. I do advise having like an online, like at your hosting staging site, simply because then it is in an environment that is more like the one that your website is hosted in. and it's like, it's online, and it's going to have like the same kind of like infrastructure under it, which you can't necessarily guarantee on your local computer. But when I say staging, what I usually mean is like that is a feature that is included with most WordPress hosting plans. If you have a WordPress hosting plan that does not include a staging site, find one that does. I personally, and full disclosure, like my job is to decide what gets included in our WordPress hosting packages at my job. So I have very strong opinions about this, but in my opinion, every WordPress hosting plan should include a staging site. There should be a button in your hosting control panel that lets you create the staging in one click. And if there isn't, you're probably not on a very good plan. Now, I will say that the plans that include staging, they tend to be a little bit pricier. And by pricier, I mean like $20 instead of like $5. But I think that feature is so critical and so important for like your happiness as a person managing a WordPress site that it's worth the money.
Okay.
Hashtag worth it.
Okay, and once I set up the staging site and I set up the site itself, how easy is it, once I go through my hosting, how easy is it to push it out? Do I just click a button and push it out? Like if I say that I'm finished and I want this.
So staging to production, which is what you're describing,
Right.
pushing staging to production, is a little bit of a stickier wicket. And the reason for that is, like, first of all, I have not yet found the host that has solved this problem. I have been trying to solve it. I haven't solved it. I'm not aware of any of my competitors who have solved it. It's usually not like, some hosts will give you the ability to copy staging back up to production, but I hesitate to tell people to do that because while you're over here working on stuff, however long it takes you, your live site is still out there and it's collecting orders, comments, whatever it is that site does, it's still doing it. And you don't have like a constant sync of that new data down. And so I generally advise people to not just push staging to production blanket like that, unless they are 1000% certain that they're not going to overwrite something that they need on production. So what I actually recommend for staging is literally just to use it as a sandbox, figure out how to do what you're going to do, then go back over to production and do it there. It's a little bit more work, but I promise you it is much safer.
Repeat that. Just that last part.
Just that last
you
part.
said, right.
Do what you're going to do on staging, whether that's updating plugins, building a new page, whatever it is, and then go do it again on production. The only exception is if you are building a whole new site on staging. But even then, you want to make sure, like, if you have an e-commerce site, you want to make sure that, like, that customer data is safe. So that gets to be a little bit stickier. But the only time I would ever advise just pushing staging your production is if you have built a whole new site on your staging site and now you're ready to take it live.
Thank you.
Yes. There was a question back here. Was it you?
Yeah, I have a question. So thanks for doing this presentation. So the question I had was, it's sort of weird hearing myself talk.
Yeah, it is weird.
But so I know this isn't about the various different website editors, but in your opinion, is the Gutenberg block editor useful for like the majority of the scenarios that you'd be using WordPress for? Or
This is a very controversial question. Okay, me individually, I actually really love the Gutenberg editor. I know some people hate it. Some people refuse to move to it. Some people really they just love their Elementor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I respect all opinions. Mm-hmm. However, I love Gutenberg. I giggle using Gutenberg. Mm-hmm. I think because I was with WordPress. You have to remember I was using WordPress back before the classic editor even mm-hmm. had like HTML. Like it was mm-hmm. just text and you had to write your own code. Mm-hmm. So to me, like Gutenberg is magic. So I would say if you are starting out, please use Gutenberg. Please learn Gutenberg. Please love Gutenberg. Mm-hmm. I think that's the best way. Mm-hmm. If you don't already have habits from another editor. Mm-hmm. If you already have habits from another editor and you are just trying to get through your day, maybe that's not feasible for you. Maybe mm-hmm. you're just like, I don't have time to learn this right now. That's okay. That is valid. But if you are starting from like not having a strong opinion about an editor, I would advise the block editor. Yes, I would.
Okay. you mind if I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Just be quick. Is it like a good combo? Say you use I know WordPress gives you their own default theme, but there's also like all these other themes that are on the plugin section or whatever.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Is using a custom theme and then using a compatible block editor theme with the Gutenberg block editor, is that like a really good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So because the way that WordPress handles themes has been changing over the last couple of years, the theme question has gotten a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the themes that you go out and buy commercially were written kind of with an assumption of a particular editor in mind.
Mm-hmm.
The default WordPress theme will always support the cutting edge of whatever is happening. But the default WordPress theme is the default WordPress theme, right? Using like third-party themes is one of the great parts of WordPress. I definitely encourage you to do it, but I would also encourage you to evaluate it kind of in a similar way to evaluating a plugin, right? Are people using it? Is the developer actively supporting it? Is it getting updated? And then do look to see, like, is this a classic theme? Is this like, they call them block themes, which is what we have this thing now in WordPress called full site editing. Like back in the day, the only way to edit the look of your site was to know PHP. And now there is a block editor-like experience for your site's appearance. Again, magic. I giggle while I'm using it. And then I tell everybody to get off my lawn because I am a WordPress graybeard. But yes, like use a third-party theme. Absolutely use a third-party theme. Just, evaluate it carefully and make sure that it is designed to work with the editor you want to use.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
There's a question in front of you.
So with using a third-party theme, I have a client now who's on PHP 7.4. The theme has not been updated in 2 years.
I'm so sorry.
What do you do?
Okay, so like the correct answer is to either update the theme yourself.
But it's not, it doesn't support PHP 8.
No, what I mean is like find a developer, get them to update the theme. That's the most correct version. You could find a different theme for them to use. That can get complicated because sometimes content and themes are sort of married together. Or you could just hang out on 7.4 as long as your host will let you. But here's the thing, eventually your host is going to drop support for 7.4. So what I would do is get a staging site and then bump up to like PHP 8, 8.1, 8.2, see what breaks. Just see what breaks. And by seeing what breaks, it might not be obvious, so I would definitely check your PHP error logs. Do you know how to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Fab. Check that and see what's happening. Because you can see, like, is it actually a problem and how much of a problem is it? Because what can happen is, like, the site can look fine, but, like, meanwhile, there's, like, this hidden error that you're not seeing on the front end of the site, and it's filling up your log files. Before long, all of your hosting disk space is filled up with all of these log files. But so that's the first thing I would do, is just try it out on a staging site, try out a higher version of PHP and see what the problem actually is. Because it might be a very simple thing that actually would only cost you a couple $100s to have fixed. So I would start there.
And their hosting is no support because it's HostGator.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to slag on a competitor from the stage at WordCamp.
You can.
I'm not going to. This is being recorded and streamed. But I will say that if you are not satisfied with the support that you're getting from your host, finding other host is always an option. Anybody else? Oh, Christine.
Hypothetically.
Christine's my coworker, by the way.
Yeah, this is just hypothetically. Let's just say that a friend has a website that may have been hacked by like malware or something like that. When that happens, I don't know, is it against the host's toss or any toss to like do a staging site, like to try to fix it does that make sense? Like, cause I don't want to bring malware onto a completely different area.
So I would say, like, the thing about malware is that, like, it's not that it's harmless on a staging site, it's that it's much less accessible for the attacker to use. It's just harder for them to use on a staging site. And the nice thing about a staging site is that if it becomes a problem, you can delete it without consequence.
Then trying to fix it is what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to
definitely try to fix it. There
isolate
are multiple security plugins that you can use to scan. Scanning from a plugin is always going to be limited in what it can do, but it's a good start, particularly if you are not at a host that provides you with malware, any kind of like malware support. A good WordPress host, again, the ones at the kind of the pricier end versus like the $5 a month ones, will frequently like quarantine the malware and at least tell you what to do next. There are steps you can take to secure your site. Among them is update all your plugins, right? Because 95% of the time, a WordPress site that has been hacked, a plugin was out of date, and it was one with a serious security vulnerability in it. So if you keep your WordPress plugins up to date, you are much, much safer. You can do these things called like rotating salts, which like forces everyone to log out. You can reset passwords. There are things you can do. Getting into all the details about what to do is a little bit beyond the scope of today, but this is, again, a thing that you are capable of fixing. You may have to do a little bit of Googling, and if you really don't want to be bothered with it, there are people that will do it for a couple $100.
Is that you? I'm asking for a friend.
Me personally? I mean,
yeah.
if the friend is you, yes.
Hypothetically.
But not just like everybody.
Okay.
But like sometimes your host will have a partner and someone they can recommend. Sometimes they won't. But also like your meetup group is a great resource for that. Oh my gosh, I've been hacked. How do I help? Like meetup groups love helping with this kind of stuff. So like make friends at your meetup group, and they can, even if they can't help you, they can at least advise you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Right here.
Hi, thanks for the talk. A couple things that you reacted to. I inherited 2 sites from an employee who was sort of holding on to knowledge in order to keep his job because he was a really bad employee. And then he had to teach me how to use the site when he was finally kicked out. And of course, we don't want to turn to him for anything. And I know one way of doing everything, and I would really like to kind of recreate the entire site. The way you reacted to the thing about PHP, I don't even know what that is.
I'm happy to explain if that's your question.
That's one part of the question. And then the other thing that you reacted to was a theme that hasn't been updated in 2 years. Why would themes have to be updated? I know so little.
Happy to answer both of those questions.
So those are my questions,
sure.
basically.
So PHP is the language that WordPress is written in. If you heard Caleb speaking this morning, you know that it has been a dying language for 20 years. PHP gets updated because it is a technology, and like all technologies, it gets updated for the changing environment. And so things that happen in PHP are like certain things are discovered to be security risks. Those security holes get closed. Things that that happen are like, oh, we decided this isn't a very efficient way of doing it with the way servers are now. We're doing it this other way. And honestly, probably Caleb is even better qualified to answer that question than I am. But the point is, PHP progresses in versions. And with it, WordPress also progresses in which version of PHP is expected to be used. And thirdly, hosts, like a PHP version goes what's called end of life. And what that means is the PHP project is no longer providing security fixes to that version, which means if you're running it, if something else is discovered in it, too bad, so sad. Which is why you want to keep that up to date, and which is why WordPress wants to stay up to date and make sure that it is supporting the newest versions of PHP. So that's what that is. That's what that means. And so, because one of the things that does happen is like these PHP versions go end of life, and then hosts are like, we've got all these old versions of PHP sitting around on our customer sites, and we need to remove them. And so they will say, okay, you have 1 month, and then we're taking it away. And we're moving you to PHP 8, whether you like it or not. Better get ready. Please try to stay ahead of that curve. The second part of your question, why would a theme ever need to be updated? For the same reason. Security holes are discovered. New versions of WordPress come out that handle things a little bit differently. The editor handles things a little bit differently. This happens, block editor development is proceeding very quickly right now. It happens a lot. So themes get updated to accommodate new things, bugs get discovered, PHP versions change, they have to update the theme to accommodate the new PHP version. That's why a theme gets updated. So all of these things, like if you think about it, like people set up their WordPress site and they're like, I have a website. All I have to do is maintain the content on it. That is not how anything in tech works. The entire stack, the stuff you can see and the stuff you can't see, is changing all the time. The physical server has a hard drive that dies and it gets a new kind of hard drive. The operating system that's running on that server gets updated. PHP gets updated. The database software gets updated. WordPress gets updated. The themes and the plugins get updated. All of that happens all the time. It is all around us. It is an ecosystem. And that's why it's really important to stay on top of your specific little island in it. Anybody else? Well, thank you, everybody. I am here through lunch today. Then I have to leave because my little boy's going to his first sleepaway camp this weekend, and I want to get home before he leaves. But I am here through lunch, and I'm happy to chat one-on-one with you. Find me on Twitter. Find me on LinkedIn. I'm very searchable. My name is Tiffany Bridge, and it was lovely being here with all of you.
All right. How's everyone enjoying WordCamp so far? Oh, I like that. I like that enthusiasm. I love it. Next up is Ryan Clover. He's a web designer and facilitator who helps small business owners avoid promotional marketing and focus instead on making a difference with education, side projects, and automated tools that attract new clients and referrals. In his session, he'll be talking about building a generous business. Everyone, let's give a nice, warm welcome to Ryan Clover.
I'm so glad to be here today at WordCamp. So far, I've met amazing people, and I just love the whole vibe of this. So thank you. So today I'm giving a presentation on building a generous business. And I got to practice actually telling people what my talk was going to be about at the speaker dinner yesterday. And I realized that the best way to introduce this topic is when someone says, "What are you talking about?" I can say, boundaries. Because building a generous business is maybe the motivation, but in a lot of ways, what we need to talk about when we talk about generosity is boundaries. So I'm going to start just by quick show of hands so I can get to know everybody here. Who works with clients? Okay, good. I was really worried. Like when I was talking to people around, in the lobby and at the speaker event, I was like, anybody here work with clients? Or are folks like working for companies or have a different arrangement? So that's great. I'm at the right place, talking to the right people. So, all right, raise your hand again if you've ever had this client. Awesome. So my story, the sort of boss situation that I ran into, had quite a few. But I actually did a bunch of pro bono work. I love doing pro bono work. I love doing side projects. It's actually a big part of how I get referrals and how I have built a portfolio, is by seeking out projects that I care about, that I want to support. And so I did a community center website design and build. I think I might have a slide about that somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So it was like 30 plus pages, multiple projects, multiple project leaders, conditional posts based on what project, an events calendar, a community event submission form, all the stuff that WordPress is really good for, right? So you wouldn't want to build this on a Weebly platform or something like that. And what happened was that the client didn't value the site. So has anybody ever given something away for free and then it wasn't valued? Yeah, so that's what happened. And so, I launched the site. I reach out to them. I say, okay, we need to talk about hosting. We need to talk about maintenance. No response. In fact, I had no response for months. And then finally I get a response, and it's all caps. And it's like, we need to post this right now. How do we do it? So, of course, I post it for them. And I say, well, how about the maintenance and everything? And no response. So what do? I keep paying for it. So, so boundaries, right? So this has become one of my favorite problems. And this article about Richard Feynman from Tiago Forte is excellent. It goes into this idea of having 12 favorite problems that you kind of hold on to. And Feynman is this, incredible physicist who figured out all these great things. And what he said was, you got to hold these problems in your mind. And throughout time, sometimes just through the various inputs of what you experience and what you see, something clicks. And you start to make sense of it. So these are some of my favorite business problems, which is how to build a generous business, how to raise prices and value while still being generous, while still feeling aligned, while doing work with clients I love working with. Also, how to scale a service without losing quality and without losing hospitality. So when trying to solve a problem, I try to figure out, well, what do we want? So as designers, as developers or business owners, we want to be fair. You know, we want to feel like we're within integrity. We want to be respected. We want to be helpful. We want to sell without being icky, without using, hype or fake deadlines and things like that. We want to provide genuine value. Ultimately, I think a lot of us who work with clients do this work because we want to be generous. So we need boundaries. We need time boundaries. We need scope boundaries. We need communication boundaries. We need process boundaries, value boundaries, money boundaries, focus boundaries. And that's what I'm going to be exploring a bit as we get through this presentation, which actually I have this nice progress bar here you can follow along with. So David Allen, who wrote Getting Things Done and has been kind of my origin story into doing knowledge work and design work, talks about mind like water. And he borrows that concept from martial arts, which I'm sure it's connected to all sorts of other disciplines because it's a pretty awesome concept. So I'm going to go with it too. The idea of mind like water is that we want to react appropriately to things. So we don't want to underreact to the tax bill and not pay it and then get in a whole heap of trouble. We don't want to overreact to it and, get really stressed out about something that we can, hopefully control and deal with. I think it's the same with clients. We don't want to underreact to their communication style, the ways that they might push our buttons. We don't want to overreact or underreact. So process is how we get there. Process equals boundaries. Boundaries makes us generous. Generosity equals growth. So I have a really cool contrasting experience that I recently had about maybe a month or so ago, which my friends here in the center know all about because I had to vent about this client situation with them a lot. I had a contrasting experience. I had two clients, same service. I was offering a retainer service, marketing consultation, content editing, publishing, stuff like that. I was getting text messages at night, like 10 o'clock at night, getting emails in all caps, just normal emails too, not even no need for all caps. Come on. One of my clients called one of my other clients to complain with them about my pricing, and also called one of my contractors and tried to ask them to work with her directly instead of with me. Just kind of weird. Yeah. Ultimately, these clients were both really stressed out. They were really stressed out because they were launching their online programs, and that's a really stressful roller coaster experience. And the contrasting experience was so freeing for me because what happened was I held a boundary with them. I don't know if my next slide doesn't say anything about this. So I held my boundary, and one client had a total tantrum, and the other client was like, thank you. Now I know what I need to do, and started working within my process. And it was so amazing because I hadn't had that type of contrasting experience before. So not having a process, and what I mean by boundaries is I said, all right, here's the updates. Here's what I've done so far. Here's what's coming up next. Here's when I'm available. So I basically just reasserted some of my process. So without a process, these are the types of things that I tend to feel. I feel guilty. I start to talk down my pricing and my values. I have doubt. I start wondering if I couldn't do this huge project in as tiny of a scope as possible, am I even good at it? Do I even know what I'm doing? So I start doubting myself. When I have anxiety, when I get these all caps emails, I start to procrastinate or under communicate because I resent the client. So I start kind of participating in this dance of not necessarily being the most responsible either. And that kind of sets me up to feel worried about setting a boundary, because now I'm showing up saying, well, I haven't been communicating, I haven't really been upholding my end of the structure. So now I'm going to create structure. So yeah, without a process, I just started to get a bit adrift. And of course, with perfectionism, trying to really over-deliver tends to lead to scope creep. So now I'm doing a lot more than I necessarily need to do or that's included. So then you have this other client who, the moment that I put that process in place, immediately I start feeling more generous. I start feeling like I can communicate more clearly. I feel like I understand the value that I'm bringing. I'm able to feel more confident because I have a process to get a repeatable outcome for them. I'm just generally more calm. I'm more calm when I'm talking to potential clients, doing sales. I'm more calm when I'm closing a project and I'm saying, it's done. And also just being able to finish things on time. So this whole experience of designing processes and figuring out boundaries was really the moment that my business started to grow. So this is my transition slide that tells me that we're going into the next part of the talk. So what I'm going to do is go through those different things that I mentioned before, like time, process, audience, offers, pricing. And I'm going to open each one with a question, and then I'm going to show you a few of the ways that I've answered that question. This kind of goes back to that 12 interesting problems concept. So who has an expensive problem I can solve today? That's a really helpful question to ask when figuring out what services and what process will work best. So I'm just going to give a couple examples. For web designers, it's going to be anyone who has traffic without a clear offer. So I have about 100 clients on a care plan, and I can see their analytics. So I got an analytics report, and I looked at the report, and I thought, wow, Commonwealth Herbs, they've gone up almost 1,000 views. They're averaging at or around 25,000 views a month right now. Maybe they want to talk to me about conversion rate optimization, right? So a monthly retainer where I could be meeting with them once a month, I could be reviewing their copy, and I could be giving them suggestions of what they could do. So for designers, it's a really good to focus on conversion rate optimization. For developers, it might be a monthly retainer, reducing risk, improving the experience, increasing sales. So someone who relies on their website for money is going to feel generous paying your rates to reduce the risk of their store going down because they're making money off of their website. For entrepreneurs who are wanting to create a repeatable solution, a care plan service, something that can be a very clear fixed scope that could scale, something like uptime monitoring, support desk updates. The care plan service that I created was the first time that I went from feast and famine cycles into recurring revenue. And just that safety of the recurring revenue meant that I could start being more selective about who my clients were. It's amazing. All right, now I want to talk about offers. So oftentimes when I first was getting started, I was offering what other web designers were offering. And so I think the interesting question here is, what do your leads and clients or target audience really need? Like, what do they actually need? And what they need is for you to take charge They need to learn your value. They need to understand, why, why you do it the way that you do it, why you charge what you charge. They need to be provided an appropriate offer at the appropriate time, and they need guidance. So here's a little example. This is Sebastian at a restaurant called Mexeo. This was my favorite place to go and get breakfast and lunch in Ithaca, where I'm from, Ithaca, New York. And Sebastian was really an incredible chef. He had a lot of integrity, a lot of commitment to what he did. So he stopped letting people tell him what was going to go in the burritos. He just completely took his order form off the table. He was like, no, we're not doing that anymore, because people don't know how to combine things in the burrito, and then they complain about it. I thought that was amazing. I was like, yes, but could you just add a little bit? No. Because what happened was people would put a lot of cold ingredients, and then they would basically get like a wet salad that was like falling out of a tortilla. So he was just like, no, I'm done with that. So yeah, clients need you to tell them what is included and why. You can't let them customize it unless they have, unless they really know what they're doing. They also need to learn more about your value. And one of the best ways to do this is to use a framework. So what I'm showing you here on the left is a spider graph from mysnapshot.co. This is a self-assessment tool that I give to clients that has them basically rate themselves and rate their website on 16 different points. So outline, copy, media, outreach, funnels, software, hosting, publishing, style, graphics, layout, email list, stuff like that. And what this does, what's so magical about this, is that the time that they take to fill this out reveals to them, all of their known unknowns. So they start realizing like what they don't know yet. And the best part about this type of assessment, which is based on a rubric, is that when they're answering the questions, they're actually reading a description about what it means to be basic, developing, capable, and exceptional in each of these areas. So they start to understand what it means to have an exceptional website. And when they understand the known unknowns, they start getting really curious about the services that I'm offering. I also use templates and Miro boards. This diagram on the right is something I created in Miro, which is basically an online whiteboard tool. Anybody here use Miro? Awesome, yeah, it's so cool. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can add sticky notes, you can do so much stuff with this. But this really impresses clients because I get on a Zoom call, I share my screen, and I say, here's the process. First, this is actually part 2 of my process. So this is the design and content phase. So I'm like, here's our process. First, you're gonna read this guide, and I sent that to them in advance. And then we're gonna talk about the content plan. We're gonna talk about who your audience is. We're gonna talk about what they're looking to answer. And I have them outline all of their content based on the questions that their audience needs to answer. So instead of having a blank page, they're actually answering their own questions. And maybe I help them identify some of those questions if they don't know. So using frameworks like this make it really clear what your value is, that you're not just taking orders from them. It also means that you're in control. So they're not thinking they have to micromanage you anymore. Now they're relaxing into that place of, great, they're on it. All right. So I'm missing a word at the top, but I think you can fill in the blanks here. The next thing is you need to provide an appropriate offer. And this is a tool that I use with my clients, but I also use it to structure my own business, which is an axis of commitment and awareness. So when somebody is not very aware of the topic or the solution or the problem, all that kind of stuff, then they're going to have like a lower commitment offer is going to be more appropriate for them, right? So this example ladder, which I use, is self-assessment, a 10-minute video, or oftentimes I actually have like a series of 10-minute videos. I do free classes, so I have people register, I do webinars, I do programs, and I do consulting. So the pricing also goes up on that ladder as well. So it's really just about getting the right appropriate offer to them. All right. And the final thing is clients need guidance. I talked about this a little bit with the spider graph and everything and just having a framework. But the more guidance that you can give them, you can see the align your offer is right there in the center. But the reason I have this set up is so that even in an initial meeting, they can see, oh, wow, there's a lot more to this. We're just in this like free 15-minute call. Ryan's just like bringing me into this one little section. We're talking about offers. And the reason I'm talking with them about offers is because I want them to understand that their website isn't a brochure. Their website is a place to interact with their potential customers. Through that interaction, they're building trust and awareness and commitment. And once they understand that I'm guiding them in that direction of seeing their website as this bigger picture, they have an incredible amount of trust in the process. They have trust that they're going to get a return on investment. Okay, now I want to talk about scope. The question here is, how can I easily negotiate scope instead of price? So somebody says, that price is too high. Then I can say, great, let's talk about the scope. And it changes the conversation away from how much is my value and how much do you want? Or what do you want? And then that's, again, where you need to get clear on boundaries, because remember, just like with the burrito, you can't say, I just want, a third of a burrito. I mean, actually, that does work if you wanted to only eat a third of a burrito. But you get it, right? You just do the burrito, but like without, yeah, I don't know. I'll work on that one. So one of the ways that you can be generous about your scope is by understanding your margins. And, I can give a shout out to the Business Numbers podcast for basically being my free education on business finances. So thank you to Ben McAdam for giving me that education. But margins is really interesting because a lot of people, when they're new at running their business, they basically consider their own labor to be free. And so they don't build in margins into their services. So the idea behind margins is also this like rule of thirds, which I got from my friend's mom, who said like, this is how we budget with the rule of thirds. And so I learned about that. And but basically the idea is that every service that you have should have a 65% gross profit margin, which means that you have about 33% to spend on fulfilling the service. So it should cost you, if you sell a website for $6,000, you have $2,000 to spend on building the website. And that's also your own time, right? But when you know what those numbers are, you can feel generous about spending it. You can feel generous about paying the developer who's working with you on it, for all the time that it takes to build it. You don't have to be worried. You know exactly how much you have to work with. If you get stressed out and you start feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm in the red, but you've set your profit margins accordingly, then yeah, you're in the red, but you're still not losing money. And the point here is that you need money to invest on operations and growth. So you need money to spend on marketing, you need money to spend on bookkeeping, sending invoices, all that kind of stuff, distracting yourself, all the things that we do. So we also need to get clear on our offer numbers. So the idea here, this is an example of a spreadsheet where you calculate the expense of fulfillment. So you can see here in this example, this would be my like conversion rate optimization service. So I might go through it and say, okay, this is how much I want to, this is my expense for coaching call, for portal updates, for just basic customer service, things like that. And so then if I charge $950, then I'm staying within the correct profit margin for that service. And I could probably even charge more depending on what the situation was. So really, like, getting clear on your offer numbers helps you make those choices. All right. And then also revenue streams. So like I said before, I started a care plan service. That care plan service gave me stability, so I wouldn't be in a feast and famine cycle with website projects. So if I look at revenue in my business, I have custom projects, retainers. I call it Sapling Website Service. It's this website accelerator group program that I run. And I have care plans and then affiliate revenue. This is not how much money I'm making, by the way. This is like, I'm going to talk later about the goal numbers and having generous goals. Yeah, so we'll get to that. But the idea is that when you create a picture and you understand your revenue and the different streams of revenue, you can kind of ask some more interesting questions. Like, maybe custom projects aren't, maybe I don't actually need custom projects that much. Maybe that's not actually a big percentage of my revenue. Maybe custom projects are more of a like portfolio building, like referral engine opportunity. And so I want to be really selective about who I'm working with because my real money is coming from retainers. And if my real money is coming from retainers, well, how many retainers do I need? And in this picture, if I want to make $15,000 of monthly recurring revenue, then I only need 10 to 15 retainers at $1,000 to $1,500 a month. So, wow, if I did conversion rate optimization for people who had an expensive problem that I can solve easily, and I was able to charge $1,000 a month and have 15 websites a month that I was doing a conversion rate optimization like review for as a designer, like, wow, that's pretty cool. So this is conceptual, but this is the point is to, looking at your revenue streams, you can figure out ways to change your business model to be more generous. So I have custom projects. One of the ways that I manage those is, let me just go back to the top here. Yeah, with the scope. One of the ways that I manage scope for custom projects is I give a getting started guide. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in one of the next slides. All right. I want to talk about process. Process includes onboarding, it includes portals, it includes regular communication touch points, milestones, things like that. So the question that I think, the interesting question to hold for this is, how do you provide an experience that empowers clients? So when you're empowering, like in that contrasting example that I shared before, having, like reinforcing that boundary and process actually empowered this client. So onboarding is key. So again, the getting started guide, kickoff call, I have an onboarding checklist for each client. And this screenshot just shows that in the guide, I have an entire section that's like your crucial role. Like these are the things that only you can do. And that's my way of saying, let me do the things that I can do. This is your role. I provide a client portal where I can give project updates. I can organize all of the client assets into these tidy little toggle lists. And then you can't really see too much of the bottom, but I can also go through my deliverables in order of the phase. So if I'm building a website project, I've got onboarding, kickoff call, welcome packet, discovery, design drafts, design iterations, development, where I'm building layouts, all the way to launch. And so I have it all mapped out in a client portal. Each of those items can open up into a page that can teach my client, but it also is there so that if I bring on new team members, I can say, here's our notes. Help us evolve this. Help us iterate it. Regular touch points, and this is actually the video I sent to one client who apparently didn't watch it. But it's nice. You get to know, right? You can send a reminder email if you need to. But a touch point is an opportunity for you to be consistent with your communication and say, this is what I did, this is what's coming up. And what I do is I actually record myself updating their portal. So while I'm updating their portal, I'm recording it. So that's my own like built-in accountability for myself. And another thing that really helps is to send emails at the appropriate time. So send it when they're going to be able to respond. So they're more likely to procrastinate if they get an email in the afternoon. They're more likely to respond to me if they get an email in the morning. So if I do my updates on Thursdays, scheduled to go out Friday morning, end of the week, falls in their court. I think also it's really important to assume, or not to assume, that clients know how to work with you. So I have a like how to give feedback to designers guide that's included in the onboarding. So like teach them how to give feedback. One of those things is like ask them to, I always say like assume that I have a reason behind everything that I'm doing. You know, I'm not just designing it in a certain way because of my opinion. Assume that there's a reason. So ask questions as much as possible. But I always frame it in their benefit. So like, I'm going to be able to deliver this faster for you. We can arrive at better solutions. You can really leverage our time. So speaking of time, that's the next one. How can you make faster decisions and protect your energy? So this is, I think this image is a joke, but of peak productivity. Because when I looked at it, I was like, cool, an image about peak productivity, but I think it's a joke. But I think it also like emphasizes that in this scenario where 2 a.m. is the only time you don't have distractions and you're not, well, I would be too tired, but there's like a lack of boundaries. So the question is, when are you at your best? I'm sure you've heard of this concept, but just like, you know, when is those like golden 3 hours that you can actually get things done? And the way that helps me is I theme my days. So if I structure my days to have themes, then I know exactly when I'm available for clients and when I'm not. So I stopped doing meetings in the mornings, except for Tuesdays. And now that I don't have meetings in the mornings, I just know that that time is protected. But it also makes it easy for me to schedule calls. So I optimized my booking calendar to only be available on certain days. So yeah, sometimes clients have to wait another week because I only do meetings on Tuesdays and Fridays. But it allows me to feel calm through the rest of the week, but still be available for them. Another thing is I started doing recreation meetings. So I started like some meetings, I'll just take the dog on a walk or I'll be like doing chores. So if I don't need to be in front of the computer taking notes, then don't do it. Like normalizing audio only Zoom calls is really, really helpful for my health. Okay, so this is the goals part. Has anybody seen the new like Netflix show about being rich? Ramit Sethi? Yeah, a couple people. So it's actually like a really down-to-earth, like genuine show. I really liked it. It was really interesting. And what I liked about it was it starts with the premise of like defining your rich life. And the question, I think, is not about like how much money do you want to make, but how do you want to feel? And what does that mean for you? So for me, I lived in an off-grid cabin for 4 years. I, had to haul water, all that kind of stuff. But that was one of the most like richest experiences that I have ever had. So how do you want to feel, and what kind of ways can you structure your life to support that? And that's what the goal picture that I brought up before is about. So setting a goal, coming up with like what a sort of example monthly recurring revenue might look like. I run an agency, so there's 4 of us on the team. And my main goal is to build a team that feels really supportive and that feels really fun And I really want everybody to stick around, and I want them to have job security and see a future working together as a group. So that's why I'm setting my goal higher and then breaking that down. So knowing what the expense budget is, and then the reason why that's so helpful is that it gets me to stretch. I couldn't do something at a website, internet thing without a cat picture, so I found a way to squeeze it in. The reason that like this big goal, which I was really uncomfortable with at the time, being like, I want $1 million a year. I was like, I'll just put that out there because that just feels totally unattainable and ridiculous. But what happened was it got me to really think about my limiting beliefs, and it also got me to think about how my service would change. So if I was doing $1 million a year in revenue, I could never do that with custom projects that had a start and an end time. It just wouldn't be possible. There's no way to do that unless I continue to scale my team over and over and over, multiple levels of management. And maybe that's a limiting belief. I would love to talk to somebody who could help me pitch some really big number one-time projects. So yeah, I think that like having a big goal is really important for having that kind of a stretch. So generous environment, what kind of environment supports you to be most generous? Well, good people, of course. So this is like, you just want to be supported in being yourself. And if you can be yourself with clients, in fact, I think this is the promise of like having a service-based business, especially on the internet, is that you can build a niche just around your own like weirdness. And people who like you, who accept you, will hire you. And it's like this crazy, amazing thing where you don't have to pretend to be somebody you're not. It's incredible. So yeah, like finding people who really like see your potential, also like friends who challenge you to do great work, all that kind of stuff. And then of course, like setting up a cool space that you feel inspired by. So I got really geeky about my desk, took a picture of it, took like 1,000 pictures of it actually. There's this website called GroveMade that's just like incredible pictures of desks, and they sell you like little trinkets that cost a lot of money. It's called GroveMade. Oh my gosh, I love it. Just look at that all day. And then also like finding an environment where like you're in a cohort of peers that are working on similar things. So, shout out to the Web Pro group right here in the middle. These folks got me to come to this conference. They were like, let's all go to WordCamp and see so like people who really get it, people who support you to do what you got to do. Also, Lasha, my instant best friend who I met at Craft and Commerce. Yeah, good people to know. And so like when you go to conferences, you can meet amazing people. So like that's something we should do here at WordCamp, right? Should like spend some time meeting people, staying in touch with them. That's going to create the kind of environment that we need. So I'm going to go through operations. The question here is what systems allow you to be generous, to build a team around your vision. So we have a team dashboard that has like one central hub for all of our information, a team handbook, but the kind of top level documents that structure the business are our objectives, our decision-making guidelines, our core values, things, how we do project management, stuff like that. Having roles that's structured around those different areas. So fulfillment, which is actually finishing the projects, operations, running the business, and growth, attracting new people. So in this diagram, the purple is me. So I created the diagram even though I was doing mostly everything. And that allowed me to start showing the team and say, hey, this is your path into other things. Like that's, like I'm mapping it out so that we can get there. Of course, the process for your clients, that's part of your operations as well, and it also helps your team. And then it's really important to have a process for organizing knowledge. So we have a shared documentation database. We track changes, versions, and creators automatically, so it's all built in. You know who created something, who updated it. And in all of our documentation, we just use a really simple what, why, how template. So it's really easy to write our procedures. The last piece of this framework is generous growth. So how do you cultivate growth with as little effort as possible? And it really comes down to this concept that Nathan Barry from ConvertKit explained at his main stage talk a few weeks ago, which is the flywheel. So rather than the consistent effort, you only get an outcome if you put in effort, create some kind of cycle. So one of those flywheels that you can use for your business is a testimonial flywheel. So the idea is you take that, you build in with automation requests for testimonials, which then you can put on your sales page, which generates more sales, so on and so forth. And so especially when you have a clear process like this and you're coaching your clients and you're explaining to them how to be good clients, how the process works, all the stuff that you do, it's much easier to ask for testimonials because they're pretty consistently amazed at the experience. They're kind of shocked by it. And one of the ways you can get testimonials is you ask people this question: what surprised you the most? And just that word surprise is incredible when you're asking for testimonials. It gets right to the stuff that you need. So what's the big picture as we wrap up? We just have about 5 minutes left. What's the big picture? And actually, on the airplane back from Crafton Commerce, I watched a TED Talk from Simon Sinek, which the title of this talk is How Great Leaders Inspire Action. And he explained the why, how, and what circles. And of course, I'm obsessed with circles because Maple is the name of my business, and I use the tree rings as a logo and as a metaphor for iteration. And what I realized when I was watching that video is that this idea is the why, how, and the what. So everything that we just talked about today was just kind of scratching the surface on the how. The what is the service that you're providing, and the why is what's the impact that you want to make in the world. And so one of the ways to get to the why is to choose a target audience that inspires you, because design is leverage. Design is all about finding those opportunities to make a really big change with the right kind of inputs or solutions. But the how isn't just how you build it for them. It's all the stuff that you do to create an experience. It's like the experience at a restaurant. It's why, the DMV, it's why the restaurant doesn't look like the DMV, right? Yeah, the DMV needs to work a little bit on their process. So these are the things that we covered, basically. So we're talking about the why. If your goal is to be generous and make a difference, then the how is your process. And that's how you're going to protect it. It's how you're going to empower clients. It increases your value. It makes you unique. You stand out from other people in the industry. It establishes your expertise because you're teaching them the framework. You're teaching them the known unknowns. You're helping them understand what you do without getting into all the details. It empowers them to understand what their role in the project is and what your role is. It supports your boundaries so you don't get texts in the middle of the night or all caps emails or all that kind of stuff. And it allows you to be generous. So this is my closing question. I want you to get out your phones. And text me. And all of you on the internets and the live stream, now you have my phone number, so you can text me too. Yeah, at 10 p.m. Yeah, go for it. All caps. Because I really want you to walk out of this talk with an action item. I want you to answer this question. Just what's one thing you can do this week? Well, let's just pretend it's like the beginning of the week. So what are you going to do this week? I'll give you a little bit more time to improve your process. So you all work with clients, and there's something that you need to work on that this prompted. Some ideas: onboarding, themed days, understand the cost of fulfilling your service, drawing your business framework. And the reason I asked you to text me is because I'm going to read off a couple of them. Forgot to tell you that at the beginning. I'm waiting to see if it works. All right, I'm going to read them off in just a minute. So as I wait for these all caps urgent texts to come in, I just want to say thanks to WordPress, WordCamp. I mean, because hosting an event like this is an act of generosity. It's everyone who worked on the lighting and connected the microphones and who's running the live stream and who's like cleaning the space and just maintaining it for us, opening the doors in the morning, sending out emails. There's so much that goes into hosting an event like this, and it's really cool. I'm really glad that I'm here. It's my first time. I'll definitely come back again. So thanks. And I'd also love to stay in touch. I've put the slides up for you if you want to get the slides. Inside the slides, I'm adding links. I'll be using this slideshow again, so I'll keep developing on it as I work on this framework. This is fairly, yeah. All right, I got one text. It says, I will create I'm gonna like tone down the yelling here. I'll just say it. I will create a process diagram to show clients the process and explain their role in the project and mine. Awesome. And my text thing isn't like coming in, so I want to invite some folks to just talk to me about this. I'm glad that you sent it. I'll be able to see them later, so I'll be able to respond to you and check in with you about how it goes. So with that, thank you. Y'all are awesome. Oh man, it was awesome. So that's how I started my web design business. Is I was living in a cabin on a river in Van Etten, New York, and my neighbors ran a cidery called Eve's Cidery. It's an amazing cidery. And I actually used to work for them. So I worked in the food service and farm industry for 10 years. And I knew a bit about websites because I had played around with them and built them and done some volunteer website work for a while. And they were just struggling with their website. They were relying on distributors and things like that for their cider product. And so I helped them rebuild a website. And I was like going back and forth to their barn to charge up my computer. And basically like the boundary that I had around my work, like not working too much, was my computer would die and I'd have to go charge it. So I'd like jump on the trampoline with their like little kids while I waited for my computer to charge. So yeah, it was great. And I saved a lot of money when I was there too, because living off grid is cheap. No subscription services, nothing. Lasha.
So being at the Craft and Commerce conference, being introduced to the concept of using flywheels to create a process, or maybe using process and flywheels in conjunction, how do you go about building mental models to like always think in that sense when you're trying to create a productive system?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the idea of a flywheel is that like every step of the flywheel is like kind of feeding or propelling the next step forward. And actually one of the slides didn't pop up. I think there it is. Flywheel versus funnel. This is really cool. So look at how urgent the funnel looks. It's actually an exclamation point. And so like that's why the whole like one-off projects or in this case I do copyright. I help well, okay. So my niche is I work with educators who do online programs, and I work with like cohort-based courses. So I've done a lot of funnels and a lot of launch projects, and it's incredibly stressful. This is why you get Bowser coming in at 10 o'clock at night with all caps, because they're stressed out. And so I want my clients to also become more customer-centric, because they can slow down a little bit and be more structured into this model. But if you think in a flywheel, it really puts customers at the center. And that's what's so cool about it. I mean, it is definitely a way of thinking, but you can take a lot of linear processes and you can bend them into a circle by just including things like follow-up 30 days later or some kind of coaching. So you deliver a product to somebody, you deliver a website, and then you say, all right, let's talk about care plans. Let's talk about when we're going to check in and keep working together, because they're going to need support. And if you give them support, then their systems turn and your systems turn.
Hi, quick question for you. What was the name of the tool that you referenced when you showed the spider graph? Something.co.
Yeah,
I missed the something part.
That is My Snapshot.
That's what it was. Thank you.
MySnapshot.co. And that is Charlotte Crowder who created that. She's a really incredible person to pay attention to in the education space. Yeah, she has an excellent newsletter.
Regarding the things you told, expectation and the margin, right? Many times it happens like client is expecting some more, whatever is defined in the scope. But when the client is not technical, they are like, that is what we are looking. And then we have to change the whole scope. But they are not changing the budget, what they have assigned to us.
Yeah.
So how to tackle in such a situation?
Yeah, so in situations like that, where the client doesn't totally, it seems like they don't totally understand like how to get what they want. So they're expecting something, and then maybe partway through the project, they're wanting to change the scope, or it makes you feel like you have to change the scope to try to meet their expectation. Yeah, that can happen a lot. So what I think really helps with that is, I don't think I have a slide for this, but I started doing road mapping projects. And has anybody here done road mapping projects? Or basically, yeah, awesome. So like what I did is I basically took like the discovery part of the website process, which I usually do discovery, design, development, and deliver. And I took the discovery part and I started selling that separately as a consulting package. And what's amazing about road mapping is that not only am I like protecting myself from that situation, because I'm actually planning the whole thing, is I'm also competing with other agencies. So I had a meeting the other day where I was like, okay, so let's talk about budget. And I said, what are some of the other agencies? You know, what are the figures that you're talking about with them? And then they said, oh yeah, I'm talking to this one agency, blah, 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 that, 40,000 or something. And I'm like, oh my God. I work with like small farms and stuff. And so we're talking, smaller projects here. So I'm like, oh, well, that sounds reasonable. But one thing that I think you should know is that oftentimes agencies don't put a lot of planning into projects before they give you the proposal. So the way that I do it is I actually have a road mapping project, and that's $1,500. And we're going to go through the whole process of figuring out how to get where you want to go and what are all the ways you could get there, what are the priorities right now. And maybe that $40,000 budget isn't just like for this project, and then there's all these unknown expenses later. Maybe we figure out a way to make that stretch out over a 12-month retainer. And now I've got their attention, because I still have them thinking about this larger budget, which is helpful for thinking about a more long-term engagement. So yeah, road mapping, definitely. I definitely want to do like proper research and education with them. Yeah.
Great talk. I really enjoyed your analysis of starting a business and running it. Could you talk a little bit more about the profitability percentages that you had a whole slide on it, and I thought that was really good. That's my biggest weakness.
Yeah. So I want to admit that, like, the reason that I'm focused so much on this is because I struggle so much with boundaries. And it's been a way for me to, like, figure out my way in the world is to, like, design systems. So it might even be just a boundary with myself and, like, my own ability to, like, manage my time effectively or manage my distractions or priorities. So systems are everything for me. And with pricing, I have also struggled with underpricing or undervaluing my work, and then I see what someone else is charging, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like it's incredible. So this idea of, like, profit margin is really key. I use software called Harpoon to manage all my invoicing and stuff like that. And what I like about Harpoon is that it asks you to set a goal for yourself, and then it breaks down that goal every month and tells you kind of how you're doing on that goal throughout, like, any given time. But it also helps you set a budget for how much you want to work on something. You can track your time inside this software as well. So it'll be like, you're in the red, Ryan, like, you're doing real bad right now, when I'm still making a profit. So it's really helpful to have, like, a system that reinforces the idea of, like, a gross profit margin of, like, around 65 or something %. And that is just means, like, however much it costs you to do it, if you were to give yourself an hourly rate and estimate that you're spending, X number of hours on a website, however much it costs for you to pay yourself, you still have to add on to that the other 60% or 63 or whatever %. Yeah. 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 So if I wanted to charge, if I wanted to pay myself $50 an hour, then my hourly rate needs to be $150 an hour, so that when I'm doing non-billable work, which is onboarding, marketing, sending invoices, stuff like that, I can still pay myself that $50 an hour for the non-billable work. And then when I'm doing the billable work, I'm billing at $150 an hour so that I can cover those things. Yep.
Last question.
Last one, okay.
Just taking that part a little bit further, how do you manage a situation where, for example, you might get 3 client projects all have to start at the same time? Do you try and stage them so they don't start at the same time? And how do you manage the client in that way to do that? And also, how do you resource them where one of them's a big project or 2 of them are, and you can't fulfill them out of your full-time staff. So they're going to either have to work a lot longer hours, or you're going to have to bring in sort of contractors and so on. So how do you sort of manage that situation?
Yeah. So how do you optimize, like, multiple projects happening at the same time? How do you schedule them out? I should add that to my list of interesting problems to solve. And I'd love to talk shop about that with you and anyone else. I think generally, like, having a process helps because this is how many steps that are included, and then you can use a timeline view in your project management tool. Oftentimes, if you have a start date and end date, you can see all your projects on a timeline, and that helps you to know, like, and tell clients, like, this is when I'm available next, because I'm going to stagger that timeline as much as I can. And, like, so Charlotte, who does my snapshot, one thing I learned from her that I'm wanting to start doing is, like, to say, all right, I finished the design phase. Now the ball's in your court. Client, you need to book the next meeting to kick off the next phase. So that way I don't have to worry about the project going late, because and then I can just say, like, yeah, I know I'm not available like in August. Too bad you waited, because, you know, we could have finished it in 4 weeks, but now you're waiting until September to book that next phase. So yeah, let's talk about that. And thank you so much, everybody. I actually really enjoyed the questions. So yeah, I'm looking forward to all the other talks today.
Rachel Winchester, she's got the other one. All right, everyone. How did everyone enjoy lunch? No, I know. I know. I was looking forward to those too. Oh, I hear you. We'll do better next year.
Who would like a cookie?
Oh,
I don't think we can eat them in here, but meet me outside afterwards and I will hook you up. You came to the right talk. That's all I'm going to say.
absolutely. Without any further ado, let's do it. Next speaker is Michelle Frechette. Michelle is the Director of Community Engagement for Stella WP at Liquid Web. Michelle was called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg at WordCamp US 2022. And that is so true. I see Michelle everywhere. She's awesome. In addition to her work at Stella WP, Michelle is the podcast barista at WPCoffeeTalk.com, co-founder of UnrepresentedInTech.com, creator of WPCareerPages.com, the president of the board for BigOrange.heart.org, director of community relations and contributor at PostStatus.com, co-host of the WP Motivate podcast, author, business coach, and frequent organizer and speaker at WordCamp events. Michelle's session today is, so you want to launch a podcast. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Michelle Frechette.
Thank you for choosing podcasting over AI. Just such a fun topic. I wish I was in Robbie's session right now, but I'm super excited to be here today and talk to you all about podcasting. I do not consider myself an expert, although I have done a lot of podcasting. There are people who know how to do it better than I do, but I have a lot of fun with it, and I think that that is one of the most important things. If you take nothing more out of the session today, is if you don't love it, don't do it, because it shows through in everything that you do. But let's talk a little bit about podcasting today, and how did I even get started in it? I attended WordCamp Portland, Maine. I want to say it was maybe 2017. And there was somebody in there talking about podcasting, and I listened to his talk because someday I may have a customer who wants to do podcasting, and I better know how to do that. And so I was freelancing at the time as in marketing and building websites, and I was constantly talking to my customers and saying, and if you ever want to build a podcast, I can help you get started, because I listened to this one session at this WordCamp one time, and nobody ever took me up on it. Apparently, there isn't a lot of call for podcasters for arborists or for power washers or the kind of customers and small businesses I was working with. But then I thought, I still want to learn how to do it. So maybe I could start to learn and build my own podcast. So in May of 2019, I was like, wouldn't it kind of be fun to learn it anyway? That could be cool. And literally thought to myself, I'll probably get a few episodes done and it'll die a sad little death. But if nobody really knows about it, what's the harm? And I still learned how to do it. So I thought, well, what would it even be about? How would I do it? And I thought, well, I don't know that I have enough to share to have a podcast like every week or every month or whatever, about just my own thoughts. Who would even listen to that? But people like to learn about other people. So maybe I could do an interview podcast, which is what I started in 2019 with WP Coffee Talk. I was like, hey, by the way, team, because I worked at Give WP by that point, I'm like, I launched a podcast. I literally had somebody else build the website for me. I was coaching her. She built a website for me because I didn't have time for that at the time, and launched it on a Friday night. Don't ever launch on Friday, but I did. And literally a day into it, I was like, maybe it should have its own like Twitter account. So I made a Twitter account and started posting from that and then reposting from my own Twitter account, which had, I think I had about 1,200 followers in 2019. So it wasn't like I had a ton of people that were learning about it, but the right people heard about it. And I kind of left it alone for the weekend thinking maybe something will come of this and maybe nothing will. By Monday, I had 4 people signed up to be on my podcast. I was like, wow, okay, I got at least 4 episodes I can go forward with. And by the end of the first week of recording, I had 12 recordings, and I knew that I had at least a couple months worth. And the thing is, it's like kind of steamrolled and kept going, and it was really taking off. And as of today, I have over 150 episodes recorded, 122, 123. I think I just posted another one, so I think it's 123 now, that are actually published. And the best part of all is it's not about me. It's about all the people in the WordPress community and learning how people use WordPress. And that was super exciting to me. I begin every episode by saying, welcome to the next episode of WP Coffee Talk. I'm your podcast barista, Michelle Frechette, serving up the stories of the WordPress community from all over the world. Today, my guest is, and introducing my guest. It's schmaltzy. It's a shtick. I love it. And people like to hear people who are interested in having fun with it. And if you start by saying, I'm a podcast barista, that's fun, right? It's like, who else can say that? Nobody else in the world has claimed that title, so I get to be that. And that's what's exciting. And when I say all over the world, I really mean all over the world. Look at all the countries that have been represented. I have interviewed somebody on every continent except Antarctica. It's really hard for them to get Wi-Fi down there. And I haven't found, and I have actually messaged people through blogs that were stationed down there at the time, like, please be on my podcast. I see that you have a WordPress blog. I want to talk to you. Hasn't happened yet. So if you have it in, hook me up and I will find a way to thank you. But it's been so much fun to have people from all over the world. And it's really been fun to, if you know me at all, you know I have a platform about representation. And wanting people who are underrepresented in tech and in our community in WordPress to have more seats at the table, to have better recognition, to have a bigger voice in what we do. And I will interview everybody and anybody, and I have interviewed people from all over the world, from men and women and non-binary folks, every ethnicity you can think of, every disability you can think of. I've talked to people all over the world. And at my 1-year anniversary, I had this big online party. It was a pandemic, so like everybody join me on Zoom. We're going to talk about how we've had a full year of podcasting so far. And somebody on that call said to me, "You're the only podcaster in North America who invites people from India and Bangladesh and Pakistan to be on your podcast." And I thought that is so interesting that other people aren't doing that. So how can I help other podcasters do that too? So talking about podcasting is not only a way to help you learn to do podcasting, but a way to think about having representation in all that you do as well. So the format for WP Coffee Talk, I average about 40 minutes, had one guy talk for 120 minutes. And I was like, I don't edit these down. I don't know what's going to happen with this episode. And like at what point the listenership will trail off. But most of them are about 40 minutes. I've had one as brief as about 20 minutes because I think there was a little bit of a language barrier, and like they knew what their answers were because I share the questions in advance. It's not, if you've listened to one episode, you know what the questions are. So like he just answered the question and I was like pulling teeth to get him to talk more. So sometimes it can be challenging. You either can't get somebody to talk or you can't get them to stop talking. But somewhere in between is the average. So about 40 minutes. Everybody, anywhere in the WordPress community, I'm happy to have as a guest. Very well-known people have been on my podcast, including Matt Mullenweg, which was a true, like, that's the only time I've ever been nervous. I'm like, what if my internet goes down when I'm talking to Matt Mullenweg? But everybody from that to people who have just started their first blog or who are using WordPress in a different format, they all get the same set of questions. And almost anything goes. There were a couple episodes I chose not to publish because people were so self-serving with it and trying to be self-promotional. But basically, I don't censor. People have dropped the F-bomb on there. I don't really think kids are tuning in, so I'm not too concerned about it. But anything goes. You can talk about anything you want. But like I said, I do reserve the right not to publish an episode Had one guy who was interrupted 4 times, answered his phone in the middle, and I was like, I am not editing this. So I chose not to put that episode out. But I do have takeaways from that experience of starting the whole thing, which is people think it's my podcast, but it's really everybody else's podcast. I literally just ask questions and let them talk, because it turns out we really like to talk about ourselves, right? If you're going to put yourself, say, I want to talk on a podcast, you're somebody who wants to share about what they've done. So I don't really have to do a whole lot of work other than, okay, yeah, I have a lot of prep, I have a lot of editing, I have a lot of things that I have to do after the fact. But during the interview, I pretty much just ask a question and listen to people talk about the things that they love, which is super exciting. Most of my guests have never listened to an episode, which is fine. That doesn't bother me at all. They also don't read what I send them in advance, which is okay. But I'll say to them, have you had an opportunity to see the questions? Oh, no, you sent questions in advance? Yes. Everybody gets asked the same set of questions. Here are the questions. And so we spend a little bit of time at the beginning going over what that is so that nothing feels like a gotcha question or they don't know, because there's nothing worse in podcasting than dead air. If somebody's watching it, that's great. They can see that somebody's thinking. But if you're listening to it and suddenly there's nothing there, you might have to edit some of that out. So I try to make sure everybody is well prepared. Scheduling internationally, even with something like Calendly, can really be a painful experience. And sometimes people are like texting me going, I'm on here, I'm waiting for you. And I'm like, I'm supposed to be there in an hour. I'm sorry, let me see what I can do. But international scheduling can be painful, especially during the time of periods where part of the world has changed their clocks and the other part hasn't yet, and those kinds of things. So if you are doing international, keep that in mind. But very much what I have discovered is that people are generous and kind with their time, with their efforts, sponsorship dollars, things like that. It has been a wonderful experience, all that I've been able to do, because everybody has been so incredibly generous and kind. But also rendering video is a giant pain in the rear end. And so if you're going to do video, just make sure that you have the equipment to process that. And I'll talk about that in a little bit too. So let's get into the advice and the how-tos, because I know that's what you're here to hear about. One thing I say is determine what the format of your podcast is. So WP Coffee Talk is a question-answer interview format. It's me, it's a guest. Sometimes there's 2 guests, so a husband and wife team that are building a project, for example. I might interview 2 people at a time. But generally speaking, it's me and one other person on the other end of a Zoom call, recording audio, recording video, and then what I'm going to do with that afterwards. You could have multi-host dialogue, which is also interview. So I have a new podcast coming out soon. You'll be able to find it eventually on stellarwp.com called WP Constellations. Jeff Chandler and I are the co-hosts, and we interview our guests on that episode. You could have single-host dialogue or multi-host dialogue where it's just the 2 of you talking, or just you talking about things. So if you listen to Audacity Marketing podcast with me and Hazel Kimbo, or you listen to WP Motivate with me and Kathy Zant, it's the 2 of us talking. The WP Motivate one is literally once a week we get together, we shoot the breeze, we hope it's motivational to other people, we talk about things that are uplifting, and we put that out as a podcast. Hazel and I have one on marketing, and with the marketing one, we're giving advice and talking about things that you can do to make audacious moves in marketing. So those are all different formats. You decide, think ahead what kind of format you want to have so that you have a basic blueprint moving forward. I know people that do product review podcasts. So they are getting people that are giving them access to plugins or themes, and then they use it and walk through it, and then they do a review on it, and that's great too. And then there's also topical. So you might have something that's like This Week in WordPress, for example, with Nathan Wrigley on the WP Builds website. Every week is like specifically what's happened in WordPress in the last week, and how can we as a group discuss that. So determine what that looks like for you. If you choose an interview format, oh, by the way, all of the slides are going to be online. I will share that link out at the end if you'd like. If you choose the interview format, make sure that it's easy for people to figure out how to be on the show. There's nothing worse than trying to find people to be on your show. So make it easy for them to do that. So one of the ways, I'm going to pull out from a few slides forward, is have a website with a form that says, hey, I want to be on the show. How do I do that? They fill out a form, I get an email, and I can decide if I want that person on my show or not, determining why they want to be on the show. Like there's a question like, why do you want to be on the show? I have a new product I want to talk about. This is not the show for that. So, maybe go talk to this person or that person, or is there another way that we can get around that? But make it easy for people to ask to be on the show. And usually a form is less threatening than DM me on someplace where you've got to like, hey, can I be on your show, right? If you've got a format that makes it easy for people to do that, they know that's something that you're welcoming, and it's something that's easy for them to do. But don't make it easy for people to find your scheduling link. You don't want people on your calendar unless you've invited them to be on your calendar. So I have a page that says, I want to be on the show. I have a hidden page that says, great, I'd love for you to be on the show. Here's the calendar link. Here are all the questions. Let me know. I actually move the calendar link to the bottom so that maybe they'll actually see the questions before they sign up. And I try to make it as easy as possible with that follow-up for them. And then I do try to prepare them as much as possible. The auto reply that they get once they sign up on my calendar link says, here are the questions that are going to be on the show. Here are some episodes you might want to listen to. I send them reminders, automated reminders like, hey, we're going to see you tomorrow at such and such a time. Make sure you have headphones or earbuds that work to control. If you have a microphone, make sure that it's ready, those kinds of things. And so I send that. And I send it again, so they get that at least twice. I ask in advance if they have any questions so that if they do, we can answer them in advance and not have to have a lot of time during our hour together of recording to move through those things. And then I get as much information about them that I might need for the show notes beforehand. And that is one of those, please learn from my mistakes. Because what I used to do is, great, thanks for being on the show. Here's a form to fill out with all of your information to include in the show notes. And so many times people wouldn't fill that out, and I have to keep begging them for information before I could actually publish their episode. Now I make it as part of the intake. So if they're going to interview, they're going to sign up on my calendar, there's required questions that they have to fill out in advance, like what's your Twitter handle? What's your WordPress.org handle? May I have your headshot? Like those things that I really need to have, I ask for in advance so that I don't have to beg people for information after the fact. And then if you do choose a multi-host dialogue, determine your topic in advance when possible. So for marketing, Hazel and I will message each other earlier in the week, like, what are we thinking might be a good topic this week? So that we can do a little bit of research and make sure that we're not just bringing our own experiences, but we're bringing some information to the table as well. Kathy and I, it's always like, so what happened this week? What do we want to talk about? And we take the first 10 minutes of our time together to discuss that before we start to hit record. Allie and I, in Underrepresented in Tech, we really want to make sure that we have information to share. So we will talk about those topics before we ever get on screen with one another, so that as we're talking about underrepresented things and things that affect people. So if we're talking about an episode on fat shaming, for example, we've done a lot of research about what fat shaming looks like, not just from my experiences, but also from other people's experiences and what kind of research there is in the world, so that we're bringing facts behind the things that we're trying to share. So make sure that you have thought about those things in advance. And then when you do show up with each other, take 10 minutes to kind of pull your resources together so that we aren't both bringing the same exact experiences. We have, like, well, I'll talk about this, I'll talk about that, I'm going to lead today, I'm going to follow, those kinds of things. But also, don't over-talk those first 10 minutes so that you are like just rehashing when you hit that record button. It's like, here's our outline, here's the conversation and the recording, as opposed to let's have the conversation again. Because the fresher it is, the more exciting it is for people to listen to. Save it for the show. That right there. If you choose single host dialogue, which means you're just on there by yourself talking about whatever, make sure you're also doing your research in advance, because nothing's worse than, what was I going to talk about next? I forgot to do this. And if I don't have my outline, I hit record, I hit end, and I'm like, oh man, I forgot to include this, that, or the other. So make sure that you've got yourself well scheduled out in advance. You've got a little outline, your talking points that you want to make sure that you cover. Keep an eye on the clock. It's as easy to go over time, but it's also easy to go under time. When you're giving a talk like this today, like, I have to keep looking at the clock, make sure, because like, oh gosh, I can talk for an hour, and then like, we need the room. Or I could be like, okay, and that's all, thanks for coming. And they're like, you got 30 more minutes, Michelle. So you got to kind of keep an eye on things, make sure that you're filling the time appropriately, but you're not going over so that people kind of aren't interested in listening anymore. And then you'll see this one, the last line says, don't fret about anything that you can't control. I once sneezed in the middle of a video recording that was a 45-minute video recording, and it was for a webinar. And I got, like, I wasn't like, I didn't want to edit it. I wanted to do it all in one take. And I was trying so hard to ignore the itch in my nose as it was going. And in the middle, I was just like, I was like, and I just kept going with it because I was like, you know what? I wouldn't get on stage like today, sneeze, and go, oh, man, we got to start over. So why not? Why would I do that in a video recording? And it also just showed how human I am, right? That everybody sneezes, everybody coughs. Every once in a while, I'll sniffle, forget to mute my mic first, and like, most people won't even notice. But I think the sneeze was pretty obvious. But also, who cares? It's all good. Just keep going. You also really want to determine your frequency. So you don't have to adhere to it 100%, right? So if you say, I'm going to have one every week, and then you get sick or you go on vacation or work is just like crazy that week, if you miss a week, your audience will forgive you. I missed a year and a half of WP Coffee Talk because the pandemic took a real toll on my executive dysfunction, anxiety, and depression. And guess what? I put an episode out 3 weeks ago, and it's got just as much listenership as the ones a year and a half ago, because people will still want to listen. They will forgive you. They understand that we're human. But try to stick to a frequency if you can, so that people know what to expect. Are you doing weekly? Are you doing monthly? Are you doing bi-weekly? Like I said, be okay with missing an episode on occasion. Life happens. Things come up. We are human beings. It's okay. And I will promise you that even your sponsors are still okay with it. They understand that you're a human being. They're not looking for X number of episodes, or if they're paying per episode, they're still getting 4 episodes or 10 episodes. It's just that 1 week was a hiatus, whatever that looks like with them. But I've never once had anybody come at me because I took time off, or I'm a human being and I got sick, or whatever was the reason. Kathy and I try to record every single week. I was in WordCamp Europe, and then I had COVID all of last week. And so I missed 2 weeks recording with her. This week, I'm COVID-free, and I'm back at work, and we recorded, and it was like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in so long. And it was exciting to have that time together. Nobody once has said, yo, WP Motivate, where are you? I'm missing my motivation, right? So it's all good. People are good with it. And it is okay to stray from your normal format every once in a while. So for WP Coffee Talk, my 50th episode, we turned the tables, and I had somebody interview me on my own podcast asking those same kinds of questions, so that you got to learn a little bit more about me. So it's okay to stray. If you are somebody that's doing product review, and maybe next week we're going to, like we talk about this product this week, next week I'm going to have the developer on. We're going to talk to the developer about that. Or I really like the way somebody's doing something in the community. I'm going to have an interview show every once in a while. It's okay to break your format, as long as you know what you're doing and you have a roadmap going forward. Another thing everybody always wants to know about, well, what equipment do I need? And I will tell you, you need whatever equipment you have. I know people who are podcasting off of a cell phone, and that's what they have. They don't have a microphone. They don't even have earbuds. They're using their cell phone to do their recording. Is it the best sound? Is it the best audio? Is it the best video? Nope. Does that matter? Nope. They're not trying to be Joe Rogan or, I can't even think of who the major podcasters are right now, but like all those big true crime podcasts, they're not trying to be that. They're trying to share from their heart, or they're trying to talk about things that matter to people. In that case, start with what you have. As you determine that it's something you want to continue to do, and as perhaps you get sponsorship dollars in, upgrade your equipment. So I started with a $35 microphone off of Amazon because that's what I could afford. I did not have nice headphones. I had just plain old like wired earbuds, like I think I got them on a plane. Like it was not good, right? It was not good. But that's what I started with, and the camera that was just on my old MacBook Air. If you go back and look at those first couple episodes, The audio isn't as good as it is now. The video isn't as good as it is now, but the interviews are awesome. And that's what's important. Can you understand? Can you see? Absolutely. That's what's important. So I have since been able to afford to upgrade my equipment. I've got a nice Yeti mic on one office. I've got a great Shure mic on the other. My audio sounds fantastic. I love it. But if you don't have that, if you can't afford to invest $150 in a microphone, don't. It's okay. Start with what you have and move forward. The one thing I will tell you, though, is on that old MacBook Air, 45 minutes of video took up to 7 to 8 hours to process because I had a slower processor. I didn't have as much memory. It was not the right equipment for the job. Did I do it? Did I use it? Did I set it up to run overnight because I couldn't even use my computer when it was working? Yes. So having a better laptop, being able to invest in something with more memory, and it has helped a tremendous amount. Now I can run video for 45 minutes. Takes about 10 to 15 minutes to render, as opposed to 8 hours. So yes, your equipment can absolutely make you insane, or it can help you. But you use what you have and you upgrade as you can. The software, people ask me all the time, well, what software do you use? And it really depends on, again, what do you have? A lot of us are using Macs. It usually comes with GarageBand. I never could figure out how to use GarageBand. I could never figure out how to use iMovie. I don't use those. I use Audacity. I think it's audacity.com. It's a free download, and you can process all of your audio with Audacity. So that's what I use for my audio podcasting. I have an Adobe subscription from way back then. I think I pay $20 a month for Adobe. I have Adobe Rush. I use that for video processing. Works really well for me. Use what you like. Use what you know. It's all good. There's no one right answer to that. I love free. I love low cost. So Audacity was great for me, and that I could get Adobe Rush as part of my Adobe plan was great. But use what you have, and what you're comfortable with. Where your comfort level is will absolutely matter in how you process your audio and your video, because if you get frustrated with it, you're not going to love it as much. So use things that make sense to you with a low threshold for learning. And then I always say prepare for disaster, right? Like, what if this happens? What if in the middle of my interview with Matt Mullenweg, my internet had gone down? Like, I'm always thinking about the disaster, like have my phone as a backup so I can quick switch over and tether to my Apple phone, whatever. But I didn't expect that I would have to prepare for success. And that's where it's like, oh my God, I had to figure out how to control how much of my time was going into interviews, because if you do 12 interviews in a week, that's 12 weeks worth of at least. If now I'm saying to somebody, I'm recording with you, but it's not going to be out until December, like you got to think about that, right? So I had to limit the number of appointments were on my calendar, so that if more than 4 in a week, I wasn't doing more than 4. And then it was like, now I just do 1. There's only 1 spot. If somebody wants to record it with me, it's like next week you can have that 1 spot, or the week after, so that I'm not overwhelming myself with the success I didn't expect. So you really have to think about that. Like I said, I hoped that somebody might sign up. To have 12 people sign up for the first week was just like mind-blowing, super exciting, and then was like, oh, but I actually have to do that now. And not only do I have to spend 12 hours interviewing, it's about 2 hours per episode to run the processing on that, create the web page for that, put out all of the social media for that. That's a lot of work. So now it's a full, 12 podcasts in 1 week is like 40 hours worth of work, and I actually have a full-time job, so that wasn't going to work. So you have to really figure out ways to make sure that you don't overdo for yourself and become overwhelmed with what should be a passion project and should be something that you enjoy doing. Every podcast does not have to be monetized. You absolutely can create a podcast to earn money, 100%, but you don't have to. And I think it's important to remember that if you don't have sponsors and you can afford the time and the energy to do the podcasting, do it. Nobody says that you have to have sponsors to go forward with anything. When I first started WP Coffee Talk and nobody really knew who I was in the industry, I didn't have a lot of sponsorship. I didn't let that stop me. Then I started to get sponsors and I was like, ooh, I just made money podcasting. I think that makes me a professional podcaster. And that was exciting to me. But remember that when you create opportunities for sponsorship, you actually have responsibilities to your sponsors. So now, on some of my podcasting, the sponsorship is ridiculously expensive because it takes a lot of work to build the responsibility back to your sponsors. So if I say that if you are a sponsor, you get mid-roll advertising or in the intro or the outro advertising, I'm going to shout you out, I'm going to put you on the website. That's work that I have to do then. So how much work am I willing to do? I'm going to make it ridiculously expensive so that it's worth my while, so I don't really have to do it unless somebody's really willing to pay for it. P.S. Nobody's sponsoring WP Motivate yet because nobody wants to spend that kind of money, and we haven't been around long enough to say, and we have thousands of listeners. And that's okay because we really do it for us and to share with other people. If somebody wanted to give us $5,000, we would gladly take it and maybe go on vacation or whatever, but that's not why we're doing it. But if you want to monetize it, there are ways to do that. Number one, ask for sponsors. You can absolutely knock on the doors of different companies and say, I think you'd be a great sponsor for my podcast. What do you say? Here's what I'm offering. Here's the page. I created a page on all of my sites where somebody can sign up for sponsorship. I collect their money right then and there. They upload their logo. They upload the blip about their business. And then I can add all of that to my website very easily so I don't have to go in search of. If somebody were to sign up and it was a company that I couldn't get behind, I could just refund their money and say thank you, no thank you. But I've tried to make it super easy for people to give me money because who doesn't want to make it easy to get money, right? And then just do direct asks. You can put it out on social media. I absolutely put it out on social media. I have a tip jar on my site. It's kind of like a Patreon in a way. Like I don't want to go through Patreon, which you absolutely can do. But I have a page that's like tip the barista. It's like it's like the little jar on the coffee shop counter. And I've gotten about $300 over 4 years. Not a ton of money, but that's $300 I didn't have if I didn't put a tip jar up on my website. So why not, right? So put that tip jar up there. Let people appreciate the work that you do. And then also I have affiliate links. So if somebody decides to purchase hosting or any of the other things I have affiliate, I get a kickback from that too. Just if you do affiliate links, recognize that the law says you have to disclose that you're making money. So there's a little caveat for that. And like I said, get the word out. It's great to have a podcast. It sucks when you and your mom are the only ones listening to it. And my mom doesn't know what a podcast is, so let's face it, she's not listening to it. But get the word out, build social. You don't have to have a Twitter account or a Mastodon account or whatever for your podcast if you don't want to. You could do it from your own account and build it out there. There's benefits to both. I like to have, sorry, all of a sudden Siri is going to tell us how to have a podcast. You can put it out there. I like to have an account for my podcast and then rebroadcast that from my own personal account and boost those signals in 2 places. But you don't have to. Do whatever you have the capacity to do and the desire to do. Don't start a social media account and just expect people to follow you. You have to go out and follow people. You have to promote it from your own account and kind of get the word out around it. And also, it's not just enough to follow people and be able to put out your own content. You actually have to be part of the conversation. So if there are things like underrepresented in tech, and people are talking about things that have to do with underrepresentation, we'll retweet that. We'll respond to things as that account. We will start conversations with that account so that we're also relevant as part of the conversation that's happening around our topics. Also, nothing says you can't still send press releases, right? My big advice on sending press release is to put the body of the press release in the email. And don't make a PDF attachment because nobody wants to open PDF attachments if they don't know who you are. So just send it in the body of an email. Send it to places like if you're starting a WordPress podcast, send it to the repository, send it to Post Status, send it to the Week in WordPress, send it to all of those, the weekly WP, so that they can include a blurb and a link back to it that, hey, there's a new podcast hosted by so-and-so about such and such a topic. They may not run it, but they might, and that's free advertising if they do. Post it in any Slack channels. So every time we come up with a new episode for underrepresented in tech, I'm out there posting it in different Slack channels under self-promotion, under representation, whatever, wherever it applies. I'll make sure people see it because I might get a few more listeners. And then tag creators that might be interested, but tag carefully. I hate when somebody tags me on social media because they think that by tagging me, my followers will see it and that I'm just okay with it. I would much prefer if somebody DMs me and says, is it okay if I tag you in this? Or if I post this, will you repost it for me? Sometimes I say yes, sometimes I say no. I don't want to be everybody else's mouthpiece. I don't want to be the account that just churns out other people's information. But if it's relevant and if it's something I'm involved in, I'd be happy for you to tag me. But make sure that you approach people first before you just tag blindly. When people just tag blindly or tag on to something underneath one of my posts that's absolutely not relevant, like, hey, check out my Fiverr, I will always report that person and respond negatively to their tweet. So be careful. But do your outreach, make sure that you're talking to people and that you are putting your word out in multiple ways so that you get your followers. And then listen to different podcasts. Like, one of the best ways to find out how you want your podcast to be is to listen to different formats and determine what feels more natural to you. Is it having two people? Is it you talking by yourself? Is it having these interviews where you can interview other people? One of my favorite examples of a funny thing in podcasting, there was a show, some of you may be aware of it, called The Middle. And it was a middle-class family in the middle of America. And their youngest child was so interested in fonts. And he thought fonts were the best thing. And he knew, like, he could look at a font and be like, Helvetica, Comic Sans, Arial, and like whatever. He just knew them all. So he started a podcast on fonts. And he had one episode. And then on his second episode, he said, well, that's about all I had to share about fonts. And thank you to my one listener. And that was it. And he was like satisfied that he'd done his thing. But most of us don't go into podcasting to have one episode. That's called a webinar, by the way. To have one episode and then thank our one person that was listening who might have been your mother. I don't know. So make sure that you listen to different podcasts. Learn what it is you like to do. And then just like I talk to people about blogging, if you ever given advice to somebody who wants to start a blog, to say, make sure you have at least 12 things. 12 different posts you can talk about for a full year of posts if you only posted once a month. The same is true about podcasting. Maybe you want to talk about SEO and you have 5 episodes and you're like, gosh, what else is there to talk about? I don't know, kind of thing. So make sure you have enough material to move forward and be able to continue to not only have the material to push forward, but that you continue to love what you're doing. I will always say that Joe Casabona's classes on podcasting are top-notch. If you need advice on how to do any of that, look at Joe Casabona's website. I can't remember what it's called. I can tweet it out later. Ask for help from friends and colleagues who are podcasters. I have people all the time DM me and say, hey, what was that, what was that software that you recommended? Or what microphone do you use? Or what do you think about this for a topic or a title? I'm always happy to help that way. I'm a resource. Use me. There are other people who would love to give you advice and knock things off the walls onto each other. And I can't think of the right words today, but be able to be a sounding board for one another. And then also read up on podcasting ideas. Like, look and see too. Like, let's agree there are 1 million WordPress podcasts, and I probably have half of them. But there's always room for more if you're coming at things with a different angle. You're approaching things with different topics. You have a different way to present information. You might be the person that other people want to listen to about your topic. Don't let the fact that there are a lot of other WordPress podcasts out there deter you from doing something that you think you can make a difference with and that you think you would love. Listen to other podcasts to find where your niche might be and where you think there might be a gap in what already is out there so that you have a platform to move forward with. And I always say there are a lot of people who build podcasts and they just put them out. If you search for their podcast, you will find it on wherever they're hosted. So maybe it's on Castos, or maybe it's on a Spotify or SoundCloud or all these different places you can host your podcast. And that's like their homepage. You don't have traffic to you that you control if you don't have a website. You also don't have a page where you can put your sponsors. You also don't have a page where people can sign up to be on your podcast. You also don't have a place where you can do any of the things you want, your own bio, all of that. You can absolutely aggregate to those things. All of my podcasts are hosted on hosting platforms, but they're embedded on my website. So there's a place where all of that information is in one site and where I can build SEO to that podcast. So find a way to build your own website. Everybody here is in WordPress. We all know how to create a website, build a website for your podcast. That means that people have a place. Nobody else gets your domain name. Like, nobody else can have wpcoffeetalk.com because I launched a podcast but didn't claim a URL. Claim your URL. Make sure you have a place for the signups. Make sure you have a place for people to give you money. The affiliate links, the sponsors, all of that. You only have the ability to do that if you have your own website. So do your own website. Make sure that you have that. But like I said, have fun with it. It's not about the money. You can do it for money if you want, but that shouldn't be what drives you, right? It takes a while to make money podcasting. I cannot quit my day job for my podcasting side projects. I cannot retire on my podcasting. Some people build up the podcast to where they absolutely can, and more power to them. I think that's wonderful. That's not where my mindset is around it. I'm not in it to make money. I love money, but I'm not in it to make money. And so I have a day job that pays my mortgage and puts food on my table. Don't do it for the glory, because guess what? That takes time too. And I have people who disagree with me all the time, and that's not glorious either. But it's not about building fame and fortune. It's about doing something that you love. I don't podcast anything because I think I should do it. I do it because I want to, because I love it. And maybe there's a little hubris in thinking that people value my opinion, so I'm going to put stuff out on the internet. But that's okay too. And like I always say, even if 5 people are listening to it on a regular basis, but I'm having fun and I'm not spending a ton of money, I am spending time, that's fine too. And really enjoy what I do. But do it because you have a passion to share whatever it is you have a passion. If maybe it's fonts, I don't know. I don't know if you all watch Big Bang Theory, but Sheldon had like a 4-podcast episode on flags and semaphore, all of that kind of stuff. So find something that you love and that you would really have a passion about doing. That's what I have for you today. You can see my website's up here. If you go to, I didn't put it on here, but meetmichelle.online. I will post on Twitter today, if you follow me at all, at Michelle Ames on Twitter. I'll post the link to these slides so that you have access to the slides. And I am very sincere when I say I would love to be a resource for you. You can DM me on Twitter, Slack, wherever. You can email me through my website. I am happy to answer any questions that you have anytime about podcasting or WordPress in general. I really love our community, and I love what we do and how we share. And so if there's anything I can do to help you move forward, I'm more than happy to do that. So I'd love to take any questions. I also, shameless plug, I have the world's most hedonistic stickers in the whole world, because I have stickers that are the Michelle Wapu. So if you'd like one of my stickers, I'm happy to give you one. And I do have 3 copies of my book today, so the first 3 people that ask a really good question can have a copy of my book today too. So now I hope you're thinking about questions. So, but yeah, I'd love to answer any questions y'all have. So if you do, let's hear it. Otherwise, we just get another bigger break. Oh, we got questions. Yay. Always happy.
For your very first podcast, do you say it's your first podcast?
Heck yeah.
How real should you get?
Okay, so I like to keep it real for a couple reasons. Number one, there's an excitement with a launch, right? So if it's your first podcast, heck yeah, be excited about it. Tell everybody this is our inaugural episode, right? It's not like they don't know. They go to your website. It's not like, where's the other ones? Plus, if you make mistakes, it's easier to forgive a first timer than it is ever somebody who's been doing it forever. So absolutely have fun with it, and like use every bit of that first podcast to really put it out there and be celebratory. Absolutely. We're passing the mic around. There we go.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on taking
paid advertising in mid-roll from the host, like Buzzsprout?
I think it really depends on the podcast, and it depends on your purpose for podcasting. So first of all, I hate mid-roll advertising for myself because I don't want to edit. I want to just like take everything and add bumpers at the front and the back. But at Underrepresented in Tech.com, we do have mid-roll advertisement. All of our advertisers are people who support underrepresentation and not just tokenizing it, because our whole purpose is representation without tokenization. So those people who are investing money, they know they're investing their money in people who are creating controversy and saying the hard things in WordPress, because we do. I don't want to have to do the editing on that, but Allie does. So I'm perfectly happy that she likes to do that. But it really is up to you and your platform and your purpose. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you do mid-roll, make sure you're keeping it to a minimum so you don't lose, your listeners at that point in time. 30 seconds or less, and keep it rolling. Did you have a follow-up question?
Because the reason I asked the question is I have a client I've been working with way too long at this point. Is he doesn't want to use social media. He doesn't want to go and do any other form of promotion except pay for $100 for ads to get traffic. He doesn't want to build a website. We abandoned that. He doesn't want to use any of the social. So I'm like, how else are you going to promote the show? So that's why I'm asking that question.
So basically what you just told me is you have somebody who wants to have a podcast for an echo chamber because they're not looking for listenership. Because you really have to be able to put yourself out socially to build any kind of listenership. I mean, there are those people who go viral because they just hit the right topic and the right person hears it. But let's agree that is like mostly a fantasy world that happens in. So they absolutely need to invest either time, resources, or both in making sure that they're getting the word out, and social media is really the place to do that.
Hi, thanks so much for your talk.
Sure.
I'm curious about podcasting from the perspective of just giving people a platform to talk about their passion and get clients to their business. Do you think that are you seeing a lot of people being successful with getting clients and customers by talking about a topic that's close enough to their business?
So yes and no. It depends on what the business is. So for example, like I said at the beginning, when I was freelancing, I had a customer who was a power washer. So they would power wash your house, your driveway, your gutters, whatever. Nobody's tuning into a podcast about getting the bird poo off the side of your house. But if you are maybe you're a gardener and you are a landscaper and people really want to learn about the right kinds of flowers for the area they live, or how to winterize their shrubbery and those kinds of things, if they're creative enough and engaging enough, that could be a podcast that could really grow. No pun intended. But yeah, so it really depends, right? And I say that about the power washers. It's possible that a power washing podcast could go crazy, especially if there's a subreddit called power washing porn, because people love to watch, like ASMR, right? They love to watch like that dirty, nasty driveway like glisten again, right? So you do it the right way, perhaps, right? But it really needs to be engaging. That's the biggest thing, is it needs to be engaging.
I noticed you said it doesn't work for some people. I was wondering if you have seen. Thank you.
Yeah, so like our Audacity Marketing podcast, we have a thing on there like we'll consult with you, right? Like you need a marketing plan, you can pay us to do a marketing plan. We actually had somebody reach out to us this week, fairly big WordPress company that y'all probably have heard of, but I'm not dropping names because we're not hired yet, but who said they're interested in hiring us to do all of their marketing, their SEO, their social, their all of that kind of thing. We didn't start the podcast hoping that we would suddenly have a side job for another for a WordPress company, but having the podcast actually drove that business into us. So this week's episode that's going to go out next week, you're going to hear about how to use podcasting to gain customers and use it as a marketing tool. So it is absolutely possible. It just really needs to be handled in the right way to reach the right audience, because podcasting is really about reaching the right audience and how you do that. And then keep them. You can get them, but you have to engage them and keep them.
So interesting, because I have a podcast that's Garden Dilemmas, Delights, and Discoveries in the Garden of Life. I know.
How's it growing?
It's growing. Actually, I'm a landscape designer by trade, and so it does help my business in terms of, branding and that sort of thing. But one of my questions is, I have a website that hosts my column, which is a weekly column in a newspaper local to me, and the podcast is kind of a spin-off of that, although there's more to it. So I have a page on my WordPress site for the podcast. Should I have a separate website for the podcast?
No, you don't need to. If you already have a business and you're doing it within your business, that is perfectly fine. We're launching WP Constellations as part of Stellar WP. It's going to live at stellarwp.com. It's going to have its own archive of all of our podcast episodes. That is perfectly fine. If you're building a podcast separate from your business, then it should probably have its own site.
Okay, great. I have another follow-up, sorry, if you wouldn't mind. So right now, mine is just audio, and I would love to have it on YouTube, where I've been told it would be a good idea since, for SEO and all that good stuff. And I was thinking of just doing a video clip of what the episode's about, and scrolling images, and I guess it would be on YouTube. Is that what you would think?
Yeah, you could totally do that. I think people are, if they're going to just listen, then watching scrolling images is probably not as engaging as watching your face as you talk about things, especially when you're doing interviews, right? People like to see the faces of the people that they're interviewing, and when they laugh, what do they look like when they laugh? What do they look like when they're thinking? Like, those are things as human beings that we connect with. So if you can record the video at the same time you're doing the audio, it's going to get you further than just images. But images work too, right? It's probably just a little less engaging than if it was faces of people talking. And you did bring up something that I wish I'd put in my slides, so I'm going to mention it now. For SEO, make sure, not just for SEO, it really works well for SEO, but for people who are hard of hearing or deaf, make sure you have transcripts. So if you go to WP Coffee Talk, you are not going to see transcripts for the first 100-something episodes, because I didn't know. And I'm going to go back and backfill those, but it's going to take a lot of time and money to do that. But every episode I have of all my podcasts going forward, all of the underrepresented in tech, WP Motivate, and Audacity, we have transcripts on there. And it's for the deaf community and the hard of hearing community. But boy, does the SEO work really well, too.
I learned that, too. Thank you for sharing. That's important.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to dovetail on what Mary said. I have shot a lot of videos. I take people horseback riding on the beach, and it's great content. And I have a subscription list that I haven't really promoted. And I'm listening to you thinking, just as Mary said, should I try to create a presence on YouTube? And is there an SEO linking that I'm trying to capture more people? I'm just kind of, I don't really know how to take what's started. But
Yeah, I'm not an SEO expert by any stretch of the imagination. But if you have a really good description on YouTube and you have a really good title, those things will be indexed. YouTube is like, last I heard, was like the second most popular search engine in all of the internet. So if people are searching on Google, they're still going to find your YouTube. And if they're searching on YouTube, they're going to find you even more. So as much information as you can put in there on YouTube, have your own channel, have a good channel description, and then every episode have a good description as well. That's going to help.
yeah, that's the missing piece. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. No, if you have another question. Sure. So the question is, what company would you use to transcribe your episodes? I'm now using Castos.com. I pay for hosting there, and one of the things that I pay for per episode is transcriptions of that. A lot of people use Descript. There's no free way to do them, unfortunately. However, I will tell you this little trick that I learned recently. If you upload your video or audio, I think video, I'm not sure about audio, In Slack, it automatically transcribes it, and you can copy and paste that anywhere. So, and that even works in free Slack. So that's a nice little thing that I've learned, is that Slack will actually transcribe things for you as well. Thank you for the question. Yep. I'm aggregated out in almost all of the podcast aggregators. Most people listen through my YouTube and through my website itself, but a lot of people have us on Apple Podcasts or on Podbean or Spotify, so they will find us in those places and be able to subscribe there, which works too. So I say be in as many places as you possibly can, and where you host, like Castos actually for me, but all of the places will help you connect your podcast to those end user places as well. And then I also, there's I don't remember the name of it. If you go to mywordpress.org, one of my favorited plugins is the podcast plugin that I use so that people can subscribe through all those different areas. And so you can put that right on your website so they can click and listen through app or click and listen through Podbean or whatever. You're welcome. There's lots of podcast plugins. So even Castos has one where you can upload everything through your website, and it loads it into Castos. And that's free. Anybody can use that even without Castos, right? And it helps you have a custom post type for your podcast. It helps you fill in all the blanks and have the right imagery and all of that kind of thing. But I don't remember what it's called. It's on Castos though, but it'll help you do that. And then there's another one I use that just lets me link through to all the different podcast aggregators, like Apple Podcasts and all those places. And so it's on my website. So if you click Apple Podcasts, it'll take you to WP Coffee Talk on Apple Podcasts, and you can subscribe through there. Example. Yes.
Yeah, it's not a question, but I just want to help you guys out about the captions.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it will handle podcasts, but at least on video files. I just only recently discovered an app and a website called CapCut that if you feed it a video, it will generate the caption for you.
I've seen that on TikTok.
It does a pretty decent job of doing it. So
Yeah.
obviously you have to review it.
Mhm.
The accuracy is pretty astounding.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. And like even I talk about, putting things on Twitter and things like that. You could take like parts of your snippets and use TikTok as well. So there are people that you can reach an entirely different audience that are TikTokers that aren't on Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook and things like that. So explore. I haven't done any of that myself. I should, so that next time I give this talk, I'll have more information for y'all. But yeah, there's lots of different places. So thank you. CapCut is something that is used in a lot of different places, and I will explore that more myself. I appreciate that. I think that's all we have time for. We have another person coming in who's probably like, I'm out of here in 7 minutes, Michelle, get out of here. Again, Siri, I don't need your input, but I don't remember who the first three were, so I will be out here somewhere over on the side. You'll see me. First three people to come up and talk to me. I have stickers. I have a couple of books for you, and I'm happy to share. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you all.
Right, good. Coming to the stage next is Femi Lewis. Femi Lewis is a New York City-based writer specializing in entrepreneurship. As a founder of the content marketing firm Femi Writes, she provides content coaching and strategy sessions to small business owners. Her work has appeared on digital platforms such as The Balance Small Business, Quizlet, and FINRA, and media outlets such as Black Enterprise, the South Florida Sun Sentinel, Fourth Word Star, Telegram, and Kansas City Star. Her session talk today is Build Your Online Presence, brainstorming exercise to develop your content strategy. Give Femi Lewis a nice welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Good, good. So happy to be here today. So we're going to talk about these 5 brainstorming exercises that I impart to everyone on social media, whether I'm doing one-on-one sessions with service-based entrepreneurs, because I really feel like before we can start even developing a strategy, we've got to have some roots, right? We have to have roots so we can have wings in our businesses. So I'm a firm believer that dope content empowers entrepreneurs, right? We have to be thinking about the content that we develop as something that has tons of value and will show who we are and our expertise. So I coach, I create, and I edit content. You can find me at FemiWrites.com and also on Instagram at FemiWrites and on LinkedIn, Femi Lewis. So let's get started. So if you are interested in the brainstorming exercises I'm going to share today, you can download the workbook so that you don't have to necessarily worry about the slides. I'm copying everything. Okay. Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you. So since I can't fix it now, we'll fix it later. And if you want to share your email with me after this presentation, I will get it to you, okay? So here's our icebreaker. I'm a big golden era hip hop fan. And so one of my favorite songs is Don't Believe the Hype. Have you guys heard that song? Yes, no? I'm getting blank stares. Maybe this isn't the right target audience. Sorry. So we're going to play a little game. Do we believe the hype or not? So I'm going to give you a couple of scenarios, some statements, and I want you to tell me, do you believe the hype or not? Okay? AI writing tools will make the content creation process obsolete. Do you believe the hype or not? No. Okay, good. I'm in a good place. Posting on social media daily will help you make sales. Believe the hype or not? It depends on what you're posting, right? Have to be really intentional with your posting. Finally, a content strategy is the same as a content plan. We believe that hype or not? Trap questions. I don't do traps. I don't do trap questions. I don't do trap music. I do golden era hip hop. Okay? So let's get into it. Okay. So what's the purpose of creating this online presence? So I believe that business owners, especially service-based businesses, should be looking at their online presence a little bit differently, right? So you have your website, you have social media, and you have your email list. And those 3 things need to be working in synergy with each other, right? And that's how you build your online brand. And at the heart of it should be a content strategy that says, if these people are coming on social media and I want them to make sales or I want to nurture them, what do I need to do on my email list? What do I need to do on my website, right? So that people are coming to the website, so that people are following you on your email list. So you want to use this online presence to build your credibility, to generate leads, establish relationships so that you can generate the sales. And this is something that I've come up with called the SPA method. And this is how I want everybody to start to think about how they can really develop a relationship with their content in a different way. I don't want people, service-based entrepreneurs especially, or coaches or people that are content creators, just throwing things up on social media, just going and hitting publish on their blog or their YouTube channel. I want you to really start to think about why you're doing the things that you're doing. Your content always needs to be intentional. So you have a strategy, a plan, then you're going to produce your content, be promoting it, and then analyze your analytics. And if you follow those steps, then that's going to help you reach your audience, build greater awareness, and then make those sales. So this is what I'm also trying to impart to people, that if you build a strategy, you're going to have clarity for you, the entrepreneur, and that will help you carry through with your production and your promotion and your analytics so that these people that you want to nurture, whoever your target audience is, will understand your importance. So what does it really take to come up with a content strategy? So you've got to be looking inward at yourself as a business, as an entrepreneur, and even yourself in your personal life, right? And then you have to look outward. Remember what I said before about roots. You have to have roots so you can have wings. So if you're looking inward, you're thinking about who you are, your business mission, your vision, your goals and objectives, and your story. And then you're looking outward at your target audience, your competition, trends in your industry, and how you can take everything you have inside of you, right, to create that unique selling proposition to meet those people on the outside. So content, plan, and production, because when I asked the question about is strategy and plan the same, people were like, some people said no, some people said yes. You said it was a trap. It's not a trap. But your content plan and production is actionable and tactical, which is different than the strategy, which is you looking inward and you figuring out what you need to do to have those actions and those tactics. So this is what I want to just really make very clear, that tactical things are creating a content calendar, posting on social media, sending out your newsletter, using something like Canva. Those are all tactical things, even using AI, tactical. But before you can be tactical, you have to do these things that I'm going to show you now. So we're going to be looking at these specific points today. We're going to define ourselves. We're going to explain the uniqueness of our businesses, identify our target audience, and research our direct and indirect competition. And I call that the necessary soul work, right? It's like creating a really good meal. What do you need for the meal to be great? What do you need first? Like what kind of ingredients? Fresh? I say seasoning. So seasoning. If you have that seasoning as your base or your roux, then the rest will do its work, right? If you don't start with that, those good fresh things, it's gonna be a mess. So the first thing we want to do is define you, the entrepreneur. And how do we do that? So you have to think about this. Who are you? And if you don't know, no one else will. So I want you to start to think about who you are in your businesses and who you are in your personal life and how those two kind of gel together to create like specific core values or your mission or your vision within your business. So this is the exercise. I want you to think about who are you in your personal life? What are your professional accomplishments? And how do you use these parts of you to create a unique business? So my business, I create content for service-based entrepreneurs as well as like coaches, people that want to put together digital platforms. But when I think about who I am in my personal life, I set up my calendar to end at 2 o'clock, right? Because at 2:30, I have to go pick up my children from school, and I just tell people, look, sorry, can't talk to you again till 8 o'clock. That's it. That's who I am in my personal life. But what are my professional accomplishments that allow me to help people? So I taught for a number of years. I've been a writer even longer. And so when you think about the needs of people in coaching, they need to understand that they need an end result, which is what teachers do every single day. We think about the end result first, and then we design a lesson. And I also think about how they need to reach their target audience, which is what I learned as a writer. So that's how I put together who I am and how I show up for my business in a unique way. So for you, you have to do the same. You have to think about what are the unique parts of yourself that you bring to your business. So now you're going to define your business. So you need to mind your business, or no one else will. So many people think like, oh, I'm a landscaper. Oh, I am a hairdresser, or I design websites. Yeah, that's the service that you provide to people. But the bigger thing is, why do you provide this service? That's what your target audience wants to know more than anything else in the world. Why you? Why should I choose you out of 20 other people on Angie's list to come and landscape my house, right? And what's unique about you and your business and your approach to meeting client needs? So don't just think about yourself as somebody that provides a service. Think about yourself as somebody who's providing a service in a way that no other business can. Okay, so what's the problem? And do you have a solution? And to get there, you have to think about your target audience. So, I work with a lot of different types of clients, and people will always, when you're asked this question, sometimes I get the answer, oh, everyone is my target audience. And I consistently say, no, everybody is not your target audience. You might have a product or a service that everybody you think would use, but the way that you provide that service or that product determines who your target audience is. So you have to define specifically who you want to service. So when you're defining this target audience, you want to think about how much money you want to charge for your services. If you're charging, $100 for a service like mowing a lawn or something, but somebody else charges more than that, well, then you have a different target audience than somebody that provides that same service in a different way. You have to think about the problems of your target audience and how can you specifically solve those problems, right? And sometimes it's a little deeper than the surface level. Sometimes it's a deep pain point, and you have to think about why they want these things more than ever. And what's the benefit of letting you provide the service? Finally, we're going to get into direct and indirect competition. So you need to do a bit of research. And a lot of people don't like to do this, but I feel like this is where things start to really shift. So when you start to research your direct and indirect competition, you're going to start to understanding the messaging that they're sending. This is your opportunity to look at the type of content they put on social media, what they have on their website, and how they're positioning themselves to offer specific services. If you see that what they're doing is in a bland way, then this is an opportunity for you to up the level and really show your uniqueness. So you want to use this to get customer feedback, research social media and other online communities, and you can also use market research reports to identify competitors and the industry trends. So those are the 3 ways that you can begin to research them. So this is direct competition. So I'm a plus size woman and I'm pretty fashionable. So these are the brands that I love. They're all in competition with themselves, that in the respect that they service women that wear size 14 to about 24. And they're all within the same price range. And they have similar value and similar quality. So that would be considered a direct competition. So you need to think about those 3 things. So here is what you can do in terms of an exercise. Identify 3 to 5 direct competitors. And then think about, while you're looking at their languaging on social media, or sign up for their emails, right? See how they are reaching their clients. Are they just reaching out during specific times a year? Are they sending weekly emails or bi-weekly emails? Are they sending tips? What are they doing with their content to position themselves uniquely? And then think about what you need to do. So what is similar in your approach to sharing your message and what is different? And when you do that, then you'll really start to see how you can position yourself differently. Indirect competition. So they might have different products or services from the same category. So these are all fast food people, Domino's, Wendy's, Taco Bell. I live in the Bronx, and if I'm driving down Gun Hill Road and my kids are like, we want Wendy's, but it's on the opposite side of Gun Hill Road, I'm saying, look, we're right here. We are northbound. You are going to choose Domino's right there, or Taco Bell, and that's that. Because it's right here. It's fast food. We're going to get what we need. Everybody's hungry. You want to eat. Those are your choices. So the same thing as before. You're going to look at 3 to 5 indirect competitors. So think about people in your industry. They don't serve the same type of products or services, but it's similar and it can be an option. What are they offering? And why would somebody choose them over you or you over them? Okay. And that's it. I will, if you give me your emails, I will fix this QR coding and send you the slides. Any questions? Yeah, I told them we're going to fix it. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm a college teacher, so I don't have a business. So,
Okay.
and I struggle with the content for, I shouldn't say that. So I use my blog to share stories about my students and things we do inside and outside of the classroom. What are your thoughts on repurposing some of the blogging content for social media? Are we repeating in this case?
No, so what you can do is, and I always say you can take chunks of your blog.
Yeah.
So like a good point becomes social media post. So for instance, if you had a post where you're like, what content do you teach in college again?
So it's digital business management, so business and IT courses.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you said 5 digital management tools every student should have, right? And that was the blog post. Then every sub-headline in that blog post could become a carousel on Instagram.
Yeah.
Right? You can take specific quotes from your blog posts and make it a quote on Instagram. So think about those nuggets or those things that are really important to you and put them, that's what it is. You could do the same thing on LinkedIn too.
Yeah, I do that, but sometimes I worry that I'm repeating the same content on different social media platforms, and also because of the nature of the semesters, we have lots of content during the semester, and then we calm down during the winter break and the summer break.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you saying that is your blog more reflective of your teaching?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I think this is just an idea, but on LinkedIn it could really focus on that, right? Being reflective of the things that you're teaching and how it can support students in the world and business, all of that, right? That's for LinkedIn. For Instagram, it could be a little bit more touchy-feely, like, oh, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm working on. But don't feel like you're repeating, because you can always just tell people, want to read more about this? Hit my blog.
And I also find that different people are on different social media platforms anyway,
Mhm.
sometimes.
Right.
And Instagram can add a little bit more personal
Exactly.
stuff as opposed to LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for doing this presentation. I have a quick question in regards to social media. So one of the things I've been noticing, at least nowadays, is you have all these different social media apps. You have Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, like Pinterest. You can just list them all. Is it better to just focus on, like, say you're a blogger, is it better to just focus on the blog and then one social media platform and then expand upon, like, say YouTube? Like, YouTube's a very powerful social media one because it has, I feel like your followers are more stronger.
So you don't need to be everywhere.
Okay.
You need to be where your target audience is.
Okay.
So who are you? And that's the importance of strategy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that first part about looking inward and looking outward.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're thinking about, that your target audience is tech heavy, then you need to find whatever social media platform that they would be on where they would want your content, right? If you look on YouTube and you see that there are not many people that are delivering the type of content that you would deliver, that might be an option, but it also might not be an option because it might not be where your target audience goes, right? So you really have to think about where your target audience is and what they want to see and how they want to see it.
In your experience, do you think YouTube is a more, because I feel like with every, like, say, technology, history, like all these different niches or whatever, like I feel like there's always something on YouTube versus I feel like with let me think of one, like Pinterest, for example. I feel like tech stuff would not be so common there. But yeah, is that like you think YouTube's a
So
good...
this is what I'll say. If you feel comfortable doing a YouTube channel and you want to invest in that and you feel like that's where your target audience would be, then I say go for it. I have a friend who has 2 YouTube channels that have done phenomenally well. But her target audience is right there. They're looking for relationship. Like they're looking for relationship advice. They're looking for certain things. And so that's where she is. She never shows up on Instagram. Like she started at Instagram. She was like, I don't have time for this. I'm not doing it.
I figured.
She just does YouTube and she does YouTube shorts and that's it. And she has like a lot of followers, 5-digit followers. So, it's about where your target audience is and where you feel the platform you feel most comfortable on.
Okay.
So I mostly post on Instagram and I post things that I write for publications on LinkedIn. I'm starting to think about posting more of the coaching things on LinkedIn, but that's how I do business because there's a lot of service-based providers on Instagram and they check out what I put out, which is a lot of like, check out these content ideas. This would be good for your business. And then I show them how to do it. And I've been pretty successful in handling it like that. I just don't have the time and interest I'm exhausted every day.
Yeah.
So I don't have the time for a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So I would know I would be totally playing myself to do
Mhm.
something like that, right?
Yeah, I had that same opinion because like you'd see like people with like Instagrams and like they all have everything, they all do it. And it's like I don't know how they do that because like it takes a lot of time to do just one of them, and then when you have all of them, it's a lot of effort.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I have a quick question.
Sure.
How would you find your target audience? Are there any particular tools you use, or you just kind of just watch everything, watch every social media platform or trends? How do you go about doing
So
that?
you think about, there's a few things you need to do. You need to think about your specific business. So I'm a content coach and a content creator, and I started my business mostly on Upwork. And I found that it was mostly Black businesses that hit me up. And I didn't understand why. And I was talking to a business coach, and I was like, yeah, I don't really get a lot of other people. Every now and then I do, but it's mostly Black business owners. And the coach said, because you know their voice, right? And you're on Upwork. So at the time, Upwork is a little cheaper. You can kind of negotiate things. And I realized a few things as an entrepreneur. This is a stepping stone, but it's not the last step. So I'm not even using Upwork right now because I'm in a totally different pricing space right now, right? So my target audience has changed to more brick and mortar, so service-based entrepreneurs that can afford to put out a couple of dollars. I still work with micro entrepreneurs, but it shifted because I realized I needed to charge more. So you can think about the businesses that you want to serve, if you're servicing businesses, how much money you need to make, because that's really important. You can't be helping somebody else grow their business and you're eating tuna fish out of a can, right? I don't even like tuna fish. So, I like salmon, and that's like $5 a can, right? Or like $10 or $15 for a whole salmon. So, you have to think about those things, and you have to think about your voice, what makes you unique, and what you want to provide to people. So, like, I don't really do product-based businesses, but I worked with a woman who was coming up with a scrub and like a body smoother, not a lotion, but she called it a body smoother. And she was charging $50 a jar. And she told me that everybody was her target audience. And I was like, sis, everybody is not your target audience. No. Like, I'm going to Target and I'm going around the corner and I'm buying a big tub of shea butter and I'm going to use it. If you have a Christmas sale, I might be able to buy it. I'm not your target audience. Prickly pear and vitamin E mixed together is great and it smells nice, but there's no way that I could ever say I'm buying this every month. So I'm not your target audience. Your target audience is women that can spend $50 on a body smoother and $50 on a body scrub. So you have to find those people. I was like, I think you should go to like small boutiques and try to put your things there and you'll make your money. You see?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Further questions? Well, we have one.
Not really related, but since you're so knowledgeable, maybe you can help me. So I have a blog, and I have people that comment, and most recently somebody who has a Slack channel has been commenting, and I don't know what Slack channel is. I know that sounds really weird, but if you have any knowledge of that, I would love some insight.
So Slack is a platform that people use around specific things. So like I'm part of a business coaching program. So my business coach has a Slack channel for us. And within the Slack, in her account, there's different channels. So there's our Friday roll call, there's our random thoughts. We can put content or questions about things that we've created in there. There's a channel on client acquisition. And then there are, like Michelle that spoke before, she has a Slack channel, a few different ones that she runs. She runs one for underrepresented in tech, and she runs one for Black WP members. So it's you join Slack channels if you're invited because you want to learn certain information, you want to be privy to certain content. People can use it as a marketing tool. I find myself more overwhelmed when they get too big versus ones that are very small and have like an intimate setting. So like the first one I told you about, there's 8 women in it. I'm in another one where there's thousands of people and I'm getting like 50 notifications a day. I'm going to exit out of it because I don't have time. But it can be important for promoting your blog. So if you find a Slack channel that's related to your blog, I would join it, or like women in business, or, think about your indirect competition and how joining one with them might be helpful to you too.
Well, Femi, thank you.
Thank you.
An idea, but I don't have a website. Can your students build a website? And sometimes they just want to update a blog post or have a blog and start blogging. They ask, what is SEO? So they come with different needs, but we're talking about small businesses that cannot afford to hire a web development company, so they ask to connect with students. So they do hire a student for 3 months, and sometimes we get funding, internal or external, and we actually pay the students to work for that small business. So that's a win-win situation because the business literally pays nothing, but the student gets paid through federal or provincial funding. Now, after the 3 months, so the student worked with the client, with the business owner for 3 months, but after the 3 months, the client says, I cannot sustain my online presence. I still don't know how to update and maintain my website. So really, we did not solve their problem. And the specific question usually is, can the student sit with me and show me? I need to learn how to log into the dashboard, and I need to learn how to do it myself. I don't want the students to do it for me. I want to do it myself. And again, we're talking about small businesses. That's the one person or a small family running that restaurant, or renovations, or any other small business. So I'm going to walk you through my experience teaching WordPress in the classroom, then connecting with the small businesses to update, maintain their own online presence, and then we took that international and we worked with female refugees in Kenya. So when I teach WordPress, I start with the theory, and again, those are business students, so I need to explain what is open source. Yes, they don't know what is open source. We talk about the difference between .org and .com. Then I show them the demo of the WordPress website. Then we get into blogging and SEO. So I'll walk you quickly through how I teach those points. So, of course, we talk about the classic free as in free beer versus free as in free speech, and we have that discussion. I use analogies in class, so I love baking, and I bring cookies on that day, and they remember. And sometimes we bring cookies and chocolate chips and something else, and then we talk about how that cookie, that recipe is a secret, but if I give it to one person, they can add stuff to it. Now it's a new recipe, and so on. So I find this example works well. They remember it, and sometimes on the test they actually write, you know, the cookie recipe, I added dried fruits to the cookie. So that's open source. For most of them, it's usually a new concept. And then we talk about .org versus .com, because this is the biggest confusion for the students, unfortunately. So I do ask them who lives in a house and who lives in a condo, in a building. And they literally get up, and those who live in a house will start talking about the advantages of living in a house. And because we live in Canada, the advantage is, no, the snow is not an advantage. That would be the advantage of living in a condo. I don't need to shovel the snow. But those students who live in a house would say, you know, if I want to have a swimming pool, I can. So we talk about all the things that you can do when you're in a house, and the things that you cannot do when you're in a condo. And then I link it to WordPress.org or .com. This was, of course, during the pandemic when I taught this online, and those comments are literally from the students. And they actually talk about, sometimes they use the right words that I'm looking for, such as security, maintenance. And then they understand that if I want to run WordPress.org, I need to have the skills, the muscles to shovel the snow, or I need to have the technical skills to deal with hosting and what is hosting and all that stuff. And then we move on to WordPress.com, and I'm paying someone to do it for me, and it's easy to manage. And then they decide what they want to do. The advantage in the classroom of WordPress.com is we don't need to worry about the hosting. We don't need to pay. But of course, the advantage of .org is all the scalability and looking at the plugins and all the fun things that come with it. So typically in a class of 40, I find 30 of them would choose .com and 10 would choose .org. But eventually, some of the .com students would convert because they look at everything else that happens in the house, the swimming pool and all the things that they can do. Then I talk about also, I show them the dashboard, I talk about the themes, and we use this example. So you have your content, and the theme is basically the outfit. So we talk about the outfit, and I can change the outfit, it doesn't change the outcome. And then we try some of those, and they can see how sometimes I can look at the outfit and then upload it or put it on my website, install it, and it doesn't look good. So I have to do some alterations. So those are all things that we talk about. Again, those are business students. This is all new to them. And then we talk about blogging and SEO and categories and tags. And I talk about, we usually use an example of a recipes website because everyone can understand the recipes. We talk about how the categories are the larger buckets, the tags are the small details. And then the first thing I ask them to do when they get on WordPress is change the uncategorized to something. And I tell them this is like, I'm hiding in a box and I don't want anyone to see me. So that's not what you want for your blog. Then we move into application. And those previous concepts do take a good couple of sessions because I get them to do the activities and then we analyze. And then I move on to the application, and I have the students they work on 2 projects. One is their individual digital portfolio, and that's when they beg me to use something else, such as Wix or Weebly, because it's easier, and probably because they would have done it in a different class, and my answer is no. So they work on their digital portfolio, and by the end of that digital portfolio assignment, I know that they would, I know that they would have acquired all the how-to WordPress skills. So they know how to create a page and a blog and configure a theme and do all of that. They look into the organic SEO. So they're comfortable with this. And that's an individual assignment, which guarantees that everyone actually does get into WordPress. Then we move into working with clients because the objective is to get them ready for that real, actual outside client who wants to hire them for their summer work placement. So client management is a whole other skill. And so I partnered with another colleague, Chef Gray, who teaches in our culinary program at Humber College. I'm not supposed to do that. And what we do, we connect our students with the baking students. This picture was from during the pandemic. We were online. They were on campus, actually. And so they have a course called entrepreneurship, and that's where they develop a product. And that product could be a box of chocolate. It's usually something different. So they develop the product, they create it, they bake it in their kitchens, and then we create the online presence for them. So those students are acting as the client, and my students are acting as the web developers or the service providers. The best part is we get samples, and we get to taste, and we have a big party, and we love it. So those are the bakers. They work on their creations, and then they photograph the products. Again, we partner with another department at Humber College. The photography students are the ones who actually take the pictures. So we have really good content. So we're having the students work with the photographers, the bakers, the web developers, and those are people who usually would never meet each other because they're completely different schools and programs. And the students love this. So those are some of the professional pictures taken by the photography students, and everyone loves that. It's good for their portfolio. This was sushi dessert, so that was really, really different. And we also played with AI, with Canva. Canva's text-to-image. So my students, the web developers, received descriptions of the product before even seeing the product. So they played with a few of the AI tools to actually generate pictures of that product. The tiramisu, the sushi dessert was a real challenge. AI couldn't get a sweet sushi with caramel and chocolate, and that didn't work. But this was a good example of tiramisu. And then they work on the packaging, and they work with another department, and another group of students in the applied tech, where they actually create the mold using 3D printers. So they create literally their own molds and packaging, and they design all that stuff. And then on presentation day, we do, and I did put Shark Tank because I realized this is more popular here, of course. Our Canadian version is the Dragon's Den. So they do that. They bring the products, we taste them, and then at the same time, we look at the websites and the online presence that the other team of students, my students, did. This is another fun day because I get to eat everything. I have to try everything. And this group of students was graduating, so it's a really happy end of semester, end of year, big event. And they display also the website, so they will have QR codes, so the judges would be tasting the products, but also looking at the websites. And sometimes they do go the extra mile and create social media accounts for that, and sometimes they don't. So those are just examples of screenshots of the websites, and those are all WordPress websites, of course. And then the students talk about the challenges and the lessons learned and what worked and what did not work. Now, the web developers, those are my students, we had samples. So there was a day when my car was full of food samples that I brought on campus, and they had a big party, tasting party, and that was the class. They designed activities, and it was just a very relaxed and fun day. Lots of discussions. They invited the other program coordinators, faculty members, deans, the associate dean. Everyone was there because it's a bigger project. So some of the skills that we added here would be the teamwork, so the students working with a group, but also with clients, and the clients were the bakers. And that is an interesting combination. So for most of you would know in class, we would have the 20 to 30% top students. We would have the 20% invisibles, no matter what we do. And then there's in between. And somehow the top students get to work with the top students from both classes, like the web developers with the bakers. And this is usually an amazing project. And then there's the in-between, and then there is the invisibles. So it's all very interesting to watch, and a great learning experience for the students, of course. So at this point, we felt we were ready to send our students to the community to work with small businesses and do a better job. So as I mentioned, most of the time we do get funding. It could be internal through Humber College, could be external. But to be honest, I don't care who gives me the money. I hire the students, and they get to work with small business owners. And when I mentioned the GTA, again, that's the Greater Toronto Area. And sometimes we get to go to the actual business, and sometimes the business comes to us, or we do both, because we typically have a whole semester to do that. And we worked with different industries, so that's theater, arts. We had the client come and meet with the whole team. And typically I hire a multidisciplinary team of students. So to keep the same concept, I have the web developers, but I also hire photographers and videographers and graphic designers. And those are students from different schools at Humber College in different programs. This is a fashion designer. We have a psychotherapy business, and this was in collaboration with Humber's Child and Youth Care program in what we call the Play Lab. And our students did not even know that we had something called they did not know there is something called a Play Lab and that we actually had it on campus. They didn't know that we had a culinary program, and we have bakers and people who actually make chocolates and desserts. So all of that, I feel it adds to the college experience, because they leave with lots of connections and friendships. Fitness, wellness, and nutrition. So we visited we went on site to the market. So again, this was all great experience for the students. Yoga and mindfulness. This was a magician. He's a professional magician, and this was a really fun client to work with. And eventually I hired him for my son's, I think it was 7th or 8th birthday party, and that was a blast. The magician wanted to sit with the students and know what are you doing? How do you do the dashboard? How do you customize things? How do you make changes? But that's anyway what we were doing. So that was a great fun project to work with. We worked also with this Canadian actress and model, Linda V. Carter. I had a project where I took the students to Milton Center for the Arts. This is an arts center in Milton where I live. And we actually ran workshops for the local artists. So there was a day when all the local artists came to the center, and the students sat with them one-on-one to show them how to use WordPress. So that was a whole about 4 or 5 hours, of course. But before that day, we had a session where I ran the session and talked about the content and the difference between pages and posts, dynamic versus static content, and how to prep for this. This is another success day, and the students loved being out there. They love getting on the bus and going somewhere, right? So this was fun. So at this point, we felt that we've been doing this in class, and that course is usually their second year. And in their third year, they work with online businesses. So there was an opportunity when they were that same class in their fourth year. An opportunity came through another Humber department called the International Development Institute. And that opportunity was to work with an organization to support female refugees in Kenya. So we did not work with the refugees, with the beneficiaries. We worked with the organization that was going to provide them with the training. And this was funded through Global Affairs Canada, so I had to hire the students. And it's like recruiting my own class. This is any teacher's dream, is to actually recruit the class, because I chose, of course, the high performers, the students who I've known through the class and through working with the small businesses. I'm not going to read that.
Senior software engineer at PMC. Really, really great company to work for, by the way. Caleb talked about them earlier this morning. If you're ever interested, please talk to me about PMC as well. I have so many things I could share about. Not too long ago, I was in the academia world. I was a professor at the University of Southern California, USC, but I decided to go back to industry. So I'm in industry, working in the industry right now. However, I'm not here to talk about any of those things today. Today I'm here to talk about Afghanistan, specifically a coding program I got to work with women in Afghanistan. I wanted to share to you today some lessons we learned, and maybe even get some feedback from, there's a lot of great people talking about teaching WordPress and the community here, so I love to hear your input. And also I hope that by sharing what we did, if you ever you find yourself needing to teach non-American students WordPress or coding in general, I'm hoping that this can help you spark some ideas as well. So that's kind of what my goal is for today. For the safety of the students, in this talk, I'm going to be kind of vague. I'm purposely not going to be mentioning any individual names or organizations, but there's a lot of people involved in this. Actually, I'm just one person out of many people involved in this amazing project. But I'm going to be a little vague. So if you're like, however, if you want to talk to me privately, I'll spill all the beans and tell you who's doing what and what we're doing. So I'm very happy to talk about all that. And also, I got to tell you, I'm not an expert in Afghanistan. I'm not a politician, not a journalist, so please don't come at me with all of your politics and what you think about the current situation there. However, I do want to go over, just before I just jump into my talk, just really briefly about what is going on in Afghanistan and why I care and why this is important to me. Just really, really real quick. Again, I'm not a politician, I'm not a historian, but here are just some really quick facts. So for about the last 4 decades, Afghanistan has faced a lot of civil wars and coups. Most recently, in 1973, the monarchy was overthrown. And then in 1978, a communist party led another coup that overthrew that government. And then the USSR invaded Afghanistan in 1979, leading to even more conflict and chaos. So there's been just so many civil wars, famine, droughts going on in this country for a long time, until around 1995, 1996. The Taliban is, as you've heard of in the news, they took over. Osama bin Laden became the leader, and they started imposing very, very extreme Islamic laws, such as women cannot go to school, women cannot go to work, women have to be fully clothed, they can't go out without a male escort. A lot of human rights overall issues also have risen as well. There's public executions, just a lot of, I won't go there, but a lot of things happened. And then as everyone is aware of, 9/11 happened, and that was heartbreaking. And the Taliban was involved in this, and the United States then invaded Afghanistan in 2001, and since 2001 to 2021, the U.S. has been in charge of the government. They've started steadily bringing back more and more human and women rights, and there was a slow, steady progression of more women going back to school, universities, getting jobs. However, sadly, as you've seen in the news, in August 2021, the U.S. troops left, and it was a tragic day for the Afghan people. This was the airport where the U.S. troops were leaving, and all the Afghan people were trying to leave with them. And it was such a heartbreaking news that we saw on the news. Since then, the Taliban quickly took over again, and they decided this. Although they originally promised they were going to be bringing back women's rights and all these things, they totally reneged on their promises. And as of right now, and these are a lot of recent events, as of right now, women cannot go to school after middle school. So basically, in the United States standards, they can't go to high school, they can't go to college, they can't hold jobs, they can't even teach. Most of the women that we know are pretty much stuck at home. They're not allowed to go outside. It's not a. I can't believe that in 2023 these things are happening. I think most of us already heard of all this on the news, and it's so heartbreaking to me that girls can't go to school. Like, that is just such a fundamental thing. Like, anyway, my sister always tells me and teases me. She always makes fun of me. She says, all you know how to do is learn how to. You only know how to code. You don't know how to cook. You don't drive well. You don't I don't know. She's like 4 years younger than me. And she loves to roast me all the time. She's like, man, all you do is look at your computer all day. You're always coding. Well, guess what? Because of my coding skills, I found that I could actually help these women thanks to coding, which is all I know how to do. So what happened was, again, going to be a little vague here. I got some phone calls, and it was a very random phone call, and they were working with these young women in Afghanistan who really want to do something while they're home. They wanted to, whatever it was, they wanted to get some kind of education. So, and one thing that kind of came up was, maybe we can teach these girls how to code, because that's something they could do at home. They could even find remote jobs. They could support themselves. They could get potentially some income. And you're just, if they're home anyway and you're just on the internet, what is the Taliban going to do about that? You're they're just on the internet, right? And there's so many remote opportunities now. So with coding technology, so that's what they're kind of talking about. And eventually that came to me, and they asked me, are there some good ideas we can do with these women? Can we do some kind of coding program, some kind of, something with these women? So we said, okay, let's try it. Let's just try it and see what happens. So this ended up becoming our plan. And I gotta tell you, I again don't know very much about Afghanistan. I don't know about their culture or anything like that. But we got some cultural training. We talked about what's important to the girls, and we did find out they speak English. That was my number one question. I was like, did they even speak English? They have to read code. Code is in English, right? So we, after a lot of discussions, we came up with we just want a trial pilot course. And this is kind of what we came up with. We did a 12-week course, 6 weeks of just HTML, CSS, just so that they can just understand some basics and learn. That's one thing I love about HTML, CSS is it's very visual too. So you just start typing things and things come up. So it's a very quick, very quick feedback. And then they also start learning all these weird punctuation marks that they've never written before, all those greater than signs, less than signs, periods, and they start to learn about syntax and what debugging means. So we thought that was a good intro to start with. And then we actually moved on to Python, 6 weeks of Python. And the reason we chose Python was because Python is also very intro-friendly language. It's very easy to get started. The indentations and stuff is all very, it teaches you up front how to be good with your indentation and things like that. And Python also opens up more doors, even if the students don't want to do web development. If they wanted to do, actually Python, you could do web development backend as well. It opens up some doors to analytics and machine learning and all that as well. So we just thought it would be a good kind of pair. And then we did do virtual live meetings. Online, so no, we didn't go to Afghanistan. That would have been very scary. I don't think I'm that brave yet. I don't know. But so it was all virtual, 3 times a week. We also had office hours outside of the regular class. We had labs, we had assignments, basically a full university kind of type course, but crammed into 12 weeks. And we also had TAs that were volunteer. They helped them outside. We had TAs on site as well that helped the students. And we had about 20 students. So we had like 50 students sign up, but we had a lot of interest, but this is our pilot. We just wanted to keep it small. So we kept it at about 20 consistent students. And I'm very, very big I've been teaching web development for a long time, and I'm very, very big on very interactive stuff. So we do a lot of interactive learning. We decided to use an online editor to first start out with. So it's kind of like CodePen or JS Fiddle if you've seen one of those. So we use this program to do a lot of, so the students didn't have to install VS Code or anything. We just straight up use the online editors just to get started. And with online editors like this, you just type in the code and it shows up right away. So the students get, again, immediate feedback, and they're not so afraid of like their code breaking too easily and things like that. And that's mantu is actually one of a favorite street food in Afghanistan the students told me about. So we made like a little website about that. That was a little fun. So that was kind of the idea going. We were going to make it very hands-on, very interactive, live. We're going to do live sessions, office hours. We had a number of staff getting heavily involved in this. So how'd it go? The first day, day 1, honestly, it went really bad. Not gonna lie. I mean, none of us knew what to expect. A lot of it honestly looked something like this. Like, I was like saying like, hi everybody, how are you? You know what? I just to do like an icebreaker. I was like, what is your like favorite food, or what is your favorite TV show, or something like that. I think I asked them, and I would get like no response, and like it was just dead silence. And I really thought something was wrong with my end, and like I was like, oh, maybe they don't understand, or maybe my internet's bad, and it was first thing was so bad. It was so awkward. We quickly found out that it is actually their internet connection. Their internet connection, I knew wasn't going to be great going in, but their internet connection was less than 1 Mbps. And the online video platforms, even though they are pretty good at compressing and things like that, that was still too slow for them. So there was this like 3-second delay. I would be like, hello, what's your name? And then 3 seconds later, they would respond. They heard me and they would respond. And it would take probably another 2 seconds for their response to come back to me. So it was very awkward. So we made some changes right away. We decided, you know what? I don't need to see everybody's faces. They don't need to see my face. We're going to save every kilobyte we can. So we turned off all the videos. They only saw my screen share. That seemed to improve a lot. I didn't let nobody talk, only me. I talked, at least audio-wise. And I did not put it in here, but the students are very active in the chat. So so I encourage them to use the chat a lot more. So if you have questions, let's not waste time trying audio. Just put it in the chat. And then kind of a big change was, instead of me live talking the whole time, and because the students have a hard time listening, I decided to pre-record a lot of videos. And the pre-recording would cover some major concepts. And I found that for some reason, YouTube works really well in Afghanistan, much better than just normal internet. So watching a video on YouTube was much better than watching, I don't know, like a Vimeo video or something like that. So I uploaded on YouTube. And I made them promise me, you have to watch these videos before you come to class. And they were all over it. They loved it. And so they would watch a pre-recorded video about the topic before coming to class. And then in class, I just did a lot of review and more examples. In the education world, we call this like a flipped classroom model, which I have a lot of opinions on. Actually, I'm not a big fan of flipped model, but it actually worked for these girls because of the internet issues and all that. So it actually worked really well. And we did a lot more, again, more examples, more show, more tell. I asked the students a lot of questions about their culture, like the previous slide I showed you. I was like, what's your favorite food? Let's make a website out of your favorite food. Like, what kind of TV shows do you watch? They watch actually a lot of Indian stuff. I didn't know that. So we watched like Bollywood. So we like made some Bollywood examples and to keep them engaged. Summaries in the chat, like I said, they love chatting. They're so chatty. I love it. So we would do, after I covered a major concept, instead of just kind of moving on, I retyped it really fast in the chat, like I summarized it really fast in the chat, pasted in the chat, and then to just recap what we just talked about. All good things. And last bullet, like I said, more show and less tell. Just more demonstration rather than me just talking ended up being really great. Some observations. Oh my goodness, you guys, these are the best students I've ever had. I taught a lot of American college students, and after dealing with the pandemic and stuff, I was really burnt out, honestly, of teaching students. But these students were some of the most motivated, most appreciated students. They told me they love me like every day. Nobody tells me that. Like not even my family tells me they love me every day like this. But they would be like, "We love you," and like all these like. This is just one snippet. I wanted to show you guys all of everything, but I can't. So, but yeah, we love you, and like we're so grateful, and they were so attentive, very chatty in the chat. They love you. They're so good at using emojis. It's not just Gen Z students in America. Like over there, they love using emojis. They're hilarious. Okay, they're hilarious. They're so funny. We were talking about like holidays coming up. I was like, oh, in America we have like President's Day coming up or something. What kind of holidays do you have in Afghanistan? Like, what are some of your favorite holidays in Afghanistan? And one student says, oh, every day is a holiday for us because we can't go to school or work. And I was like, right? I was like, I didn't know how to respond to that. But all the other students, they were like, all these cry laugh emojis in the chat, and they were having a blast, and they were like, yeah, we can't, every day is a holiday for us, and like, yeah, we can't go outside. And like, so anyways, again, very hilarious. And they actually they really want to get to know, they really wanted to get to know me, and they knew they found out I was Korean. So they were like, oh, like we love kimchi too. And like, I was like, yeah, okay. Like, and then, oh, we love K-pop. Like, do you know BTS? Stuff like that. And it was great. And the students just, their perspective on life really changed. They were saying how, wow, I feel like this is I have hope outside. This is something I can actually do. And there's a lot of opportunities outside of I'm not locked into the country I live in. I can do more outside. So their confidence, their hope just boosted, which was great. Now, to finish up here, I just want to show you, and they made some amazing final projects. So for our final projects, they have to make a website from scratch. They could pick the topic they want, and they can only use HTML, CSS from scratch, because it is a coding class. So no WordPress or anything just yet, just everything from scratch, and not even Bootstrap, nothing, just everything raw. And they did such a beautiful job. I'm just going to flip through some of these. They have so many great interests that they have, and one of them made their own like web developer portfolio. Amazing job. We got some great feedback as well. We had students pretty much saying they out of 1 to 10, 64% love this, rated as a 10, and they want to recommend it, blah, blah, blah. They want to continue learning more. So we asked them if we had a second level. Would you want to learn more? most students said yes, and we got a lot. I'm not going to read all these to you, but we got a lot of really good testimonials as well. Like a lot of students saying, I didn't know what to expect. I thought it was going to be too hard, but it was actually really fun. I really loved making websites. I loved learning Python, and it was really great feedback. So some next steps that we want to do are, internet connection is huge. We're partnering with some organizations to get some better internet access for them. Internet is expensive over there, so ways to provide more free and accessible internet is huge. We also want to look into what's going to be next. And what I really want to do is teach them a little bit of JavaScript, PHP, and then we want to go into WordPress. And met some fantastic people here today about talking about WordPress curriculum and stuff like that. So I'm really looking forward to, what are some best practices to teach WordPress? We're also thinking the third bullet there is there a path for maybe students to even learn data analytics? Because that's also another big growing area, data science, that kind of thing. I'm not a data expert though, so I have no idea what to do with that. But if any of you happen to know anything about data, please, I'm happy to talk to you. Lastly, I want to get the students involved into a lot of the dev communities out here, like WordPress meetups. That could be online. The students are they love meeting people. They're very good at talking and engaging. So I think that'd be a great fit for them. So as I close, when you see Afghanistan in the news, we always see like bombs and war going on. But I learned through this program that Afghanistan is such a beautiful, beautiful country. These are just some high-level drone shots of the country there. It's beautiful. They're such a historic land, and they're very family-oriented, very close-knit. They have such a vibrant kind of culture. And I just wanted to share just a little bit of this because I think we forget when all this chaos is going on, we forget about the people. Like they're actually human beings. Besides some of the really extreme crazy people, on average they're just everyday people that want to work. They have families to take care of. They have kids. They're thinking about marriage. They just want to live, and they just want to go to their ordinary life. What saddens me the most is a lot of these students, the students I taught, most of them are about 20-year-olds. This is like one of those things as growing up, they always heard about from their parents, like, oh, back when I was a kid, we had all this chaos and we couldn't go to school. But they never actually, all these 20-year-olds, they never lived that kind of life before. When they were born, the U.S. was already took over Afghanistan, so they didn't have these kind of restrictions. Literally overnight, they were kicked out of school, kicked out of work. So these students are so like, what just happened? This is stuff I heard from my grandparents and my parents, but now I'm living this. So anyway, I thank you for letting me talk today, everybody. Thank you for letting me share. Thank you, WordCamp Montclair, for inviting me and letting me talk your ear off. And thank you, PMC, my employer, for letting me come and talk as well. Really great job to our tech staff back there, Glenn and Amanda. Yay, I see them. They're awesome. This is cool. I've never experienced this kind of support. So that's awesome. So thank you, everyone. I have some contact info here. Feel free to reach out to me privately if you're interested at all in talking more about it. I'm happy to talk to you offline with more information. Any questions?
You mentioned keeping things vague. These girls self-educating and working from home. What kind of risks are they taking?
So that's a very good question. I also asked the same thing. It's more common in the bigger cities, but the Taliban have literally in some of the capital of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan is Kabul, and the Taliban would literally march into the university with their machine guns and all that stuff and kick the girls out, and they regularly patrol the marketplace, the common areas, to make sure any women are escorted with men. I've heard that they randomly do even house checks. They visit houses, but I heard that's a little bit less common now. But definitely in the more public places, they do there's regular patrols that that are keeping, what do you call it? They're just always patrolling and making sure things are going to the way they want it. So
If they're found like working from home, will they get in trouble for that?
So, they might. Yeah, I think so. So that's why I want to be really, really careful. The girls keep telling me, I don't know how much to believe them, right? They're like, oh no, they're not like, Taliban's not that like sophisticated to know what we're really doing. And so and then I do have other government officials telling me the similar thing, but we always want to be a little bit more on the cautious side. So yeah. I think there is a risk, maybe not a humongous risk. Maybe if the friends start telling the people, it might be a bigger problem, but so far they say it's an assumable risk that they want to do. They want to learn. So, yeah.
Thank you. I will connect with. Is this working? I will connect with you for sure about meetups. And did you mean your students, those Afghan ladies, to join the meetups?
Yeah, they're so willing. We had some as long if it's online and our time zone kind of works out, they would love to join. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Like you just mentioned the time zone. You're in California and they're in Afghanistan.
Yes.
That's a long time.
It is.
How did that work out?
I woke up very early before work. We had Scrum at 9:30, so I would teach them 7:30, 9:30. I jumped on Scrum at 9:30. You guys didn't know.
So it'd be like 7:30 your time and like
7:30
7:30
our time. It was
them.
like 8 p.m. their times, and they prefer the evening times when the internet bandwidth is a lot more and less. It's a little bit more discreet at night, so they prefer the nighttime.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Does the equipment to the girls get donated, or do they have access to this type of equipment to?
Yeah, great question. So for this pilot, at least, we did say that you have to have some kind of laptop that could run the video conferencing and Chrome, and luckily with web development, they don't need to have like a really fancy machine. So most of the students, like 99% of them, use like a Windows 7 machine actually, which is fine for our very basic uses. So we did target those students. It does turn out that most families at least have some access to a laptop. So luckily, the hard part was actually it's internet rather than the computer itself. Yeah, thank you.
You said the first day was really rough. How long did it take for them to really get in a groove with you and like things start really?
Yeah, great question. I think it was like after I kind of figured out the way they talk and things like that. Maybe actually it was like maybe third or fourth day, it got much better. And then I think I released the pre-recorded videos the second week, and that really brought that made an overnight difference. So the second week was like, yeah.
Any other questions? No. Nyan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm very well aware as I'm the human who's keeping you from dinner. And I learned long ago that you don't keep people from food or beverage after a long day, so I'm going to get this rolling. So thank you, everybody, for coming to WordCamp Montclair. This was awesome. I just want to start off by doing some thank yous. First of all, thank you to our sponsors, who are Bluehost, GoDaddy, Jetpack, WooCommerce, SiteGround, Weglot, and WordPress.com. We absolutely could not do this without them. For the price of a $25 ticket, you got all the sessions you did because of people like this that just step up and really help us deliver the kind of content and the kind of event that you have here today. I'd also like to say thank you to all of our speakers who came down here, gave their time and their knowledge. Again, these are the volunteers that WordPress runs on volunteers, and without these volunteers giving their time, we couldn't do what we do. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. Also, thank yous to our attendees. As we said in our opening remarks, whether you started with WordPress 5 minutes ago or 5 years ago, you have a place here in the community, and hopefully you come back for other events, other WordCamps, other local meetups. We will be sending out an email to all attendees at the end of camp, and it'll let you know how you can get involved in WordPress, either in the local Montclair community or in your communities at large if you traveled out of town. We'd be happy to make connections. If you're looking for a place near you, we'll figure it out. Other things, just other thank yous before I forget it. Want to thank my incredible organizing team, our incredible organizing team. Montclair organizers, stand up and wave. Stand up and wave, Montclair organizers. Like lots and lots of time and energy from the whole organizing team. I also want to thank our 2 volunteers. We drafted Jason and Bob. Jason and Bob, where are you? Wave somewhere. They were like, we're going to put you into work today, and they were great. Couple of housekeeping things. Parking. We do have vouchers. If you haven't gotten a parking voucher, get a parking voucher on your way out. It's a green card. The way that it works is that you put in the white parking slip that you got when you entered the parking. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say that. Just put in the green parking voucher and you get your parking for free. Let's see, other things. Okay, 2 other additional things. We don't have an official after party this year, just trying to be budget conscious for that, but we did call around. Our initial thought was a place called Just Jake's, but they are very busy, we've discovered this evening. However, there is a local Dave & Buster's, which is in the Willowbrook Mall. So we figure for anybody who would like to, this is completely voluntary. It would be on your own tab. But a bunch of us are going to be down at the Dave & Buster's at the Willowbrook Mall at 6:30. It's easily Googleable. Willowbrook Mall, Dave & Buster's is the only one around. So if you'd like to join us at 6:30 for some networking and afterwards, beverage, drink, what have you, please feel free to join us. And with that said, am I missing anything, anybody? I think I covered all of it, right? And, oh gosh, and yeah, how could I forget? Just thank you to the incredible MSU team, the faculty, the students who just have done everything today. Just amazing, amazing facility. So with that said, WordCamp Montclair 2023 is over. We look forward to seeing you here next year.